evening, everyone. It's great to have you here with us. This is a special session. We will start our regular session at 6. So at the regular session, we will do our call to the public and the Pledge of Allegiance. Since this is our special session, let's go ahead and we'll do our call to order. My name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the supervisor for District 1, and I'm chair of the board. Welcome all, welcome staff, and welcome members of the public. So with that, District 2, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair. And thank you for being here and look forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
And District 3.
Well, hello, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this meeting that we're getting going, and hope to really give a lot of insight and information, approvals, whatever we need to do for the board and the board packet, and then for the staff to continue with the services. And so I just want to say thank you, and I represent District 4.
Thank you. And District 5.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, District 5, Lena Fowler. And if you can, Supervisor Begay, if you can turn up your volume just a little bit, that would be great. We heard you, but it'd be great if we could hear you more. So I appreciate it. And we are here today, our first item, and I see that we have Cynthia with us and the crew over at Parks and Rec. Always great to see you. Thanks for being with us this evening. This is a presentation discussion regarding a proposed contract for recreation concession and/or retail opportunities at Fort Ted Hill County Park called the White House. Now, I know this is also scheduled for an executive session, so I'm going to ask, do we want to go into executive session at this time, Mr. County Manager, or should we proceed with the presentation?
Cynthia, I believe we're going to do the presentation first, right? So, and then I would ask Madam Chair that Deputy Manager Lucinda Andriani do the introduction of the item and then turn it over to Cynthia.
Thank you so much. And Lucinda Andriani, please take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you very much for this opportunity this afternoon. I think you're going to find the presentation and proposal from Flags Extreme to be very interesting and exciting. It's going to add potentially add another opportunity for us to work in partnership with a longtime partner at the park at Fort Ted Hill. But I wanted to premise this by saying that, we've had a lot of discussion over the last year regarding how we have historically structured our relationships with our private partners at Fort Ted Hill. And I wanted you to all be aware that we've had discussions with the county attorney. We've had some initial discussions with some experts in commercial leasing and the real estate market. And Cynthia certainly is also reaching out to a lot of her associates across the state and the country, looking at various models for how do we engage in these kind of efforts and partnerships. And we are planning an actual session where we do some brainstorming and look at what some different models potentially could be to bring forward to the board in the future and in the near future. And I wanted you to be aware of that, because as we go into this arrangement, I just want everyone to understand, and certainly Cynthia shared this with Paul, and is that we are looking at transitioning this to a different model in the future, our relationships to likely more of something more similar to a commercial lease, and to really reflect what is the value to the county and to really better grapple with the cost that you've seen repetitively coming from Parks and Rec for our facilities and the situation that we have there and the level of investment we need to be making, and the cost that it takes just to maintain the facility. You're going to see a report. I don't know if she's going to include it today, but we just got a report on the brand new restroom and it's used since January. And let me tell you, it's a very popular location, and not surprisingly, which is good. But it just gives you the understanding. And if there's any concern about the level of activity at Fort Tuthill and the opportunity for success that we know that all of our vendors are experiencing, there should be no question. And just look at the campgrounds looking at an expansion. We're looking at this expansion. There's other talks with other partners about other opportunities, and we need to grow up. I'll say what I think about it is we need to grow into a much more reflective relationship with our partners that reflects what the value is of Fort Tuthill. I think about the conversation I've had with those in the real estate, and I've asked them to look at the value of a commensurate piece of property with the level of attraction it has somewhere in northern Arizona and find that parcel for me. And it's hard to find. And so I think we have a value proposition that we need to mobilize on. We need to for the benefit of the taxpayers, for the benefit of the users. And, so just want to preface that we're contemplating this as we enter into potential future relationships. And just so you're aware of that as we go forward. That in no way diminishes this opportunity, and that we want to move ahead with this opportunity. But everybody, we need to be above board with the board and with everyone that this is the direction we're going to move in a new direction. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So at this point, County Manager, are we turning this
Yes.
over to Cynthia?
Yes, we are.
Yes, I should have turned it over to Cynthia. I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
Thank you, Lucinda, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity this afternoon. I want to welcome Paul Kent. Paul, welcome. And thank you for being here with us. And supervisors know that Paul is the proprietor of Flag Extreme. He is the proposer of the White House concept, and he is here to answer any questions that you might have. I also want to welcome, I saw that Parks and Recreation Commissioner Brian Blue had tuned in, so I want to welcome and acknowledge Commissioner Brian Blue. I also saw that Friends of Coconino County Parks Board Chair Erin Beckett was also with us this afternoon, so I wanted to recognize her, and thank you, Erin, too, for being here. And I'm going to hand it over to Liz Krug, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. Liz has been shepherding this project. She's been working closely with Paul. She drafted the draft agreement, and she's prepared the presentation for you this afternoon. And once she's done with the presentation, she'll be answering questions, and I will also be helping facilitate any questions. And as I mentioned, Paul's here if the board should have any questions that are directed to him. So with that, I'm going to shut off my camera and my microphone. And Liz, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thank you. And at this point, can I share my screen? Is that correct?
You should be able to. Lindsay can check on that. Can you go ahead and attempt to do so and see if you get a message?
Great. And you should see a screen one with a PowerPoint presentation on it. Is that, excuse me, now you should see this screen, correct?
Yes, you can go to presentation mode.
Great.
You got it.
All right, do you see it now? Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Horstman, members of the board. My name is Liz Krug, and I am the Assistant Director of Coconino County Parks and Recreation. And today I'm giving a presentation on the White House proposal and draft agreement. And I will describe a little bit of the background, how we got to be here. some of the elements in the proposal that was submitted, as well as design renderings, and some elements in the draft contract that are specific to the county and the partner. And today we are requesting feedback on several items. These include the agreement term, the liquor license, the revenue share model, the performance bond, and insurance requirements. And so briefly, and some of you have seen parts of this presentation before, briefly, today's discussion is on the proposal submitted by Mr. Paul Kent of Flagstaff Extreme Adventure Course underneath a new name and doing business as the White House. And this was in response to an RFP that was issued in August 2021 for recreational concession and retail opportunities at Fort Tuthill County Park. And to date, we have received input on the proposal from the Parks and Recreation Commission, the Friends of Coconino County Parks, staff, and individual meetings with Board of Supervisors. And last week, we also met with the licensee, Mr. Paul Kent, to review a draft contract. And for all of you, the location of the White House is right here, the Red Star, and the current building that Flagstaff Extreme Adventure Course utilizes is right here. And then the mess hall, which some of you are familiar with, is down here. So I'll go over some of the elements in the proposal. The proposal states the White House could be a fun, kitschy village market beer garden style operation. The building itself is about 620 square feet. Primarily, they're looking to have products for sale like coffee, snacks, drinks, merchandise on the inside of the building, and people would be outside in seated areas. And they are seeking approval to offer beer and wine selections. And the next few slides are of the design renderings. You can see here, they're proposing some parking spaces to the south of the building and outdoor seating with lights and covering to the west of the building. You can see that here a little bit more. In these pictures, you can see this is more of a top-down view with the shaded seating areas. And here you can see a little bit more of the lights and coverings. In these photos or renderings, excuse me, the one on the left is a site plan of phase 1, where the building, White House, is right here and parking on the south. And they would look to have this space still open for vehicular traffic, but people could access the space either from parking here or walking here from the existing Flagstaff Extreme Adventure Course building. In the picture on the right under phase 2, which is estimated after about 2 years of operation, this area is enclosed and vehicular traffic does not go through here. You can see parking both on the south side and north side, where here there'd be some more seating areas. This next slide of design renderings show the inside of the building. Here on the left, it's more of a top-down view, and here on the right, you can see the products for sale really on the walls of the building. So the proposal had several elements. For example, in terms of food service, they would be seeking a location for a food truck or a food cart because the building does not currently have sewer. Surrounding the building has that mix of shade and vegetation, and if alcohol is approved, some type of fencing would be put up. In terms of restrooms, the proposal listed use of the restrooms in the Flagstaff Extreme building, as well as the new park restrooms that is next to the bike park. They are looking at tentative hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., operating year-round. Additional proposal elements include one 10-year term with one 5-year option, a phased-in percentage of revenue with minimums, but initially the proposal request was that no minimum to get the business up and running, but they would provide some limited payback to the county. That would be 5% of gross revenue with no minimum during years 1 and 2, and an out clause at the end of year 2 if the business is not sustainable. And the proposal seeks to have the business operate about 180 days in years 1 and 2 to gauge that business level. And they would donate 0.25% of the revenue to the Friends of Coconino County Park. And so this concludes elements from the proposal. And the next few slides will detail elements of a draft contract, which we may be focusing the majority of our time today discussing, and which we need your feedback. So staff began developing a draft contract, and included in the next few slides are items of note. Some are draft general terms, and some would be specific to the county or the partner. And we have several items we're requesting feedback from the Board of Supervisors. So in terms of draft contract elements that are more general in nature, it describes what the purpose of the agreement is, and that it would create a stream of revenue that would be directed back to the Parks and Recreation Department. The draft contract would seek to cap hours of operation to 10 p.m. and that the licensee would provide a $25,000 performance bond, and that the county would seek insurance coverage at the rate of $5 million per occurrence and $5 million aggregate. In terms of draft contract elements that are specific to the county, these include that the county owns the building and the use area. The county would review and approve any facility improvements and maintenance that for both the building and the grounds. The county would provide plant selection for landscaping and improves a landscape plan. And the county would set aside 20 parking spaces for partner exclusive use. The county maintains the common areas like the Parks Road and the parking lot access, which includes snow removal to the extent possible that we have equipment, includes also the restrooms and open space. The county maintains and installs directional signage within the park. And the county provides cross-marketing on its website and social media accounts, which we do for the other public-private partners. And the county may hold the liquor license depending on the Board of Supervisors' direction. Draft contract elements that are specific to the partner include that the partner would provide these recreational concession or retail services with their staff, that they would perform interior and exterior building improvements and maintenance that maintains that building's designation on the National Register of Historic Places. They would provide a landscape plan and perform the exterior and grounds maintenance. They would purchase and maintain any equipment they need for the business operations. And they would perform the snow removal from the seating areas, walkways, and entrances. Additional draft contract elements specific to the partners that they would operate the facility in a safe, clean manner with all, according to laws and ordinance and rules. They would provide garbage and refuse collection and disposal, and they would pay for any utilities that they may need and use. And they would provide and maintain interior and building adjacent signage. And that exterior signage would comply with the park's master sign plan so that there's continuity within the park. And they would be responsible for the marketing, promotion, and advertising of their business. So the next, the next 4 slides are of feedback that we're requesting today. And staff identified 3 areas in the contract that we needed more board input, plus 2 more contractual elements are also terms that Mr. Kent expressed concern over. So I'll be sharing the item that we're requesting feedback, any research we found, and the staff recommendation, and then the concern expressed by the licensee. And I'd like to ask the Board of Supervisors to go through the next 4 slides all at once and then provide feedback at the end for the sake of timing, unless you have another option you prefer. Okay,
Liz,
so
that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, so this first item, the liquor license, the proposal requested the county to carry the liquor license for beer and wine, and risk management has verified that acceptability with ASIP, who is the county's insurance carrier. If the county were to hold the liquor license, the county would have greater control of when alcohol is sold and fetch a greater return on alcohol revenue share, yet the county would also have greater liability. Staff recommendation is to have the county carry a Series 5 government liquor license for this initial contract as a trial period. And the concern expressed from the licensee is they would like to understand the process by which the county would impose a no alcohol sale period and the timing of the notice. The next item is a term of agreement. The proposal requested a 110.
Liz, I'm going to stop you for just 1 minute. I'm getting a lot of feedback. I'm not sure why. And I'm going to turn off my sound, and it may just be me. It just may be my computer, but anybody else getting that kind of feedback?
We're hearing the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Was it the whole presentation or just
No,
recently?
just now. So Liz, you might need to leave and come back because you're not, you picked up a bug somewhere.
Okay. So I stopped sharing my screen. So I'm going to leave this and come back.
Yeah, because it's coming on your side. So if you can do that, just be right back, and then we'll look for you on the attendee side to pull you back over. So go ahead. Yeah, it was just on her computer. So bear with us a moment.
There she is.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me? Is that a little better?
You're back to normal.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Let me share my screen again. Okay. Do you see my screen where it says feedback requested term of agreement? Great. Okay.
Yes.
Great. All right. Picking up where we left off, the second item is the term of agreement. And the proposal requested 1 10-year term and 1 5-year option with an out clause after year 2. The draft contract is written to expire on December 31st, 2023. And then if that were approved in the next few months, that would be an 18 months. The staff recommendation is to approve an agreement through December 31st, 2023, and pursue a longer term contract based on mutual agreement, licensee performance, and viability of operations. The concern expressed from the licensee is that an 18-month contract is not viable given the initial capital investment that's needed without a clear understanding of a future long-term revenue share expectation from the county if this initial contract is extended, and overall if the new terms would be acceptable. And this was brought up because, as Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andrani pointed out, the staff is beginning the process of evaluating that commercial value of county park assets, and that may result in changes in revenue share models. The next item we're requesting feedback on is the revenue share. The proposal requested no minimums in years 1 and 2 with 5% share of gross revenue to the county. The staff recommendation is for 20% of gross alcohol revenue and 10% gross of all other revenue. The concern expressed from the licensee is that 10% revenue share is double their proposal and is not viable at this time. Additionally, an unknown revenue share model after the initial term creates a challenge in planning for the future of the business, similar to the concern expressed from that term of agreement standpoint. And this projected revenue worksheet that is shared at the bottom of the screen, this slide, excuse me, the first row, the partner projected annual gross revenue, came from the proposal that was submitted. And then the last 2 rows, you can see what the proposed 5% share would be. given those dollar figures in the proposal, and then what the staff recommended 10% share would be. Just know that we could not do a breakout of the 20% gross of alcohol because it wasn't provided in the proposal. So additional items that we are requesting feedback on include the performance bond. The draft contract has one $25,000 performance bond, and it is unclear how long the county would hold it. So the staff recommendation is for the staff to research this issue with our legal department, which we have already started to do. And the concern expressed from the licensee is that the language is unclear about how long the county will hold the bond and if a bond would have to be provided each period. And the final item is insurance requirements. The proposal listed at 1 million, 2 million general commercial liability per occurrence and aggregate. And the draft contract is written for 5 million commercial general liability per occurrence and aggregate, with vendors and concessionaires holding the same. So the staff recommendation is that we would research this further with risk management as to what would be acceptable for the county. And the concern expressed from the licensee is that why is the insurance requirement so high for the business, and why are their vendors or concessionaires required to hold the same amounts? Also of note, we have also had now a couple of conversations with our risk management, so have a little more information on this. So I would like to stop now and go back to the first item that we're requesting feedback on at this time, because the next slide is the thank yous and next steps. So I can go back to the next slide. If you'd like me to keep sharing my screen, please let me know, or if I should stop.
Liz, why don't you go back to the first slide that you want to have comments on from the board?
Okay, thank you, Chair Horstman. So that slide is up. It's the liquor license.
Okay, very good. Because this, of course, is in his district. But obviously this is a very exciting concept. And I think it's a really an opportunity for Tut Hill kind of go into that next level that we've been talking about for a really long time with Fort Tut Hill. And, it sounds like a great benefit to Fort Tut Hill and also to our community. And, Flag Extreme has been a very good partner with us over the years. And I also, really appreciate the comments that it's important as we develop and go forward and become a little bit more sophisticated in our partnerships, and quite frankly, with the developments that we're doing, that it is important to make sure we are not undervaluing our assets. We want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shake, if you will, and everybody has, an opportunity for a return. But we certainly want to help grow our businesses and our small mom and pop businesses here in Flagstaff. But we also need to make sure that our assets are not undervalued and that we get a good return here for our county and our community assets. So, with that, and we're going to go slide by slide and go around to get you your feedback. But before we do that, any comments from Matt Ryan or any other board members? Matt?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my buttons as usual. So actually, first and foremost, just to note, Flag Extreme was our pilot program for a P3 out at Fort Tut Hill. And Paul, we really appreciate your vision and what you have done. That's environmentally friendly and yet appeals to other users, that brings people there. You've been a wonderful partner, and your vision, this is the next step associated with it. I could see easily sitting down after a bicycle ride. I talked to Patrice not too long ago about this. It makes me think of the rivers in Western Colorado where you're sitting in downtown at the the food facility while you're having a nice cold brew, while people are kayaking right by you. Similarly, without the water, which Arizona is just known for, we're not a Durango. We don't have it flowing above ground, except for in Pump House Wash, guys, in Oak Creek Canyon. But still, the draw for the recreation, both at the active recreation component of Fort Todd Hill as well as the surrounding forest, fits well to this being an opportunity. I think Lucinda and Patrice captured it well. The other piece that we think about and what we've been cobbling together, not only with you, but with the other partners, is we're evolving. And it is us giving a fair evaluation of, it's, as Patrice put it, our assets, but, I like to think of it in terms of our reinvestments into assuring that we're there to be able to maintain the park in an appropriate way, be visionary associated with that. And so there are times as we pause, as we take a look at where we are, how things have progressed, how things are changing, of, let's reevaluate and just stay current and have honest conversations about what that means. So I appreciate, that discussion. In the meantime, as I've read through the recommendations associated with this, I'd love to be able to enable you, but we understand that you have concerns. If you put a capital investment out there, you want to be able to, see if you have a successful model that can assure you that return and enable you to have that return. And so, I think a piece of it is if we get into staff recommendations of a shorter term, and yet there's a capital investment, maybe the contract could be written in a way that you don't have a complete loss associated with that. But that's a piece I think we would probably need to do further evaluation associated with that, particularly as the model is being developed. I like staff recommendations in terms of let's pause for a moment, have a continued discussion as we see what happens, as well as what you see what happens for what you're proposing, and how can we assure a strong relationship, but a fair and equitable relationship associated with that. Let's see. I also, I see again as similar to what you're doing, as well as our other firms that we have relationships out at Fort Todd Hill. In some ways, we're sort of an incubator. And it provides this opportunity, and as it grows and becomes more and more successful, it does beg for a more improved planning strategy associated with that. So those are my points real quick, but I do have a question back to staff. I lost track of my question. It's associated with the Series 5 liquor license, and I forget what I was going to ask on that. But I probably want a better description associated with the implications of that.
And I think they're also, and correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, wanting feedback on, whether the proposal regarding the county to carry the liquor license for beer and wine. I think the point is that county would have greater control over when the liquor is sold and fetch a greater return on the alcohol. So I think the staff recommendation is to have the county carry a Series 5 government liquor license for the initial contract as a trial period. And I think you're wanting us to give a thumbs up or thumbs down on that, Liz. Is that correct?
Chair Horstman, members of the board, yes, an indication of your general overall preference, I guess. So note that Cynthia Nemeth and myself were speaking with risk management today. And so ASIP could carry that for us and it would not be an additional cost, for example. But as we point out in this slide, while the county would have greater control and fetch a greater return on alcohol revenue share, there is greater liability on our part.
And so I'll go ahead and just say, and then we'll go around here for others that want to say it. I think it's a good idea for the county and an initial trial period to carry the Series 5 liquor license. And I think in terms of that, I would go with the recommendation from risk management on what that would mean in terms of insurance and other things that we would need to carry to try to help us with that liability. But at this point, again, I like the idea of fetching a greater return for the alcohol revenue, especially in the beginning stages of this when, the vendor understandably is wanting to have a reduction in the payments to the county, and have the county quite kind of partner with him on the risk of this new venture. So that'd be my thoughts on the liquor license. Matt, how about your thoughts on the liquor license?
Yeah, similarly, and actually it helped trigger that question that popped up in my head as well, was from a licensee perspective, it was a concern associated with limited use associated with that. That's what the question bubbled up on it. I do agree with the idea of us attempting to do, a trial period associated with it. I wouldn't want us to be too restrictive associated with it, but within, frugal coverage, to make sure that we have appropriate coverage for liability as well as how it's handled on site associated with it. The other piece of it is, bless our heart. I love our risk management, but sometimes we become ultra conservative. I would question, are we matching similar models that are out there associated with it? And so for the sake of additional review, we need to cover and protect us and protect the taxpayers within reason, I guess, is that conversation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And other members of the board want to be heard on this. They're asking for some feedback. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I agree that we should look into the Series 5 liquor license as a trial period. Just looking overall on the 4 different areas where it was asking for direction or whatnot, I think that the amount of revenue sharing for the county, 5% is too low, 20% might be too much, so what's fair? Where's that little bit here, a little bit there, give and take that we can find, whether it be with, as Chair Horstman mentioned, more upfront on the liquor revenue, tapering off later on as things move forward. But I do think that the 5% is too low for the value of the assets. I would like to hear from the staff once they finish their evaluation of the value of the park assets, because I think that'll give us a better idea of what that percentage should be. But I am in favor of moving forward. I think it's a great opportunity, and we want to find that sweet spot that's fair for everybody, that allows the business to move forward and be able to do what's envisioned, but still fair to the county, because maintenance and whatnot, upkeep on our end, it can be, this can be a way to help offset some of that revenue for that, or that cost. And so I just want to make sure we're finding that right balance that's win-win for everybody. So thank you.
Thanks. And I think, because I think we all want to make some feedback on some of the other areas too. So, but thank you for that, Vice Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say that, the staff recommendation to carry the Series 5 government liquor license, I think that's really important to have and see what happens with that. I mean, once it's initiated and down the line, how it's going to pan out and stuff like that. But other comments that were made by the board, I think it's very, I feel the same way. I don't want to just be reiterate, what has been said. But I think if there are other concerns that are expressed from the licensee, then we really need to address those too. So those are the only areas that I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
I'm
And
sorry,
Chair
any other
Horstman-
comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, well, we've been trying to be creative in our private partners and trying to see how we might be able to improve our relationship in one, and then also on the revenue side. So this is a real interesting proposal. And I just like to see how it all pans out. I think it's very interesting and looks like it's something that we can do. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So, and then I know you have some more that you're wanting to go through. So
Excuse
that's
me.
anything
Chair
else you might
Horstman?
need? I apologize. Vice Chair Vasquez, did you have something further?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I saw here that the concern expressed from the licensee was that to understand the process to impose a no liquor alcohol sale period. Would that, like, I was just curious about that. What's that referring to? Would there be would we remove that? Why would we remove that license? I guess is my question.
Sure. Chair Horstman, Supervisor Vasquez. So what that means is, so for example, if the county would want them to not sell alcohol during a time frame, like maybe during the county fair or during another type of special event that is at the park. So really what was expressed to us was they would like to know, well, when, upfront, when would the county impose a no alcohol sale? Would those dates be listed in the contract, for example, or would it be, would they be notified like 2 weeks or 30 days in advance, for example?
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, thanks. So can we go forward and get some more input from us?
Okay. Sorry, 1 second here. Okay, so the next item is term of agreement.
Thanks, Liz. And I'm going to go ahead and just make some comments first, and we'll pass it around here by district supervisor number. My concern is this. First of all, we have this balancing act between, making it appropriate so that we encourage the vendor to invest in the program, invest in the capital. Those are some really nice drawings, some really nice concepts. I'd love to see those concepts come forward. But I also know we're apparently, and I would agree with this, in a time of change in that we are developing a new model to evaluate our businesses and our commercial value. And so at this point, I want to find that happy medium on a term of agreement. And I think that the 10-year term, at least initially, is quite frankly too long. And I think if we look at something more along the lines of a 2-year agreement, 3-year agreement, and with options as we move forward. And the reason is that I would like to have this new model, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that in this new model with changes to revenue sharing, that I would like to see that take effect. I think this could be a very wonderful partnership, a wonderful opportunity for Flag Extreme, and a very successful business out there. And I just want to make sure the county doesn't undervalue, even though we do value our partnership and really look forward to working with Flag Extreme on this, very good partner for us. But we don't want to undervalue our assets because that does a disservice to our community. District 2, comments, Vice Chair?
Sure, I agree. I think the requested 10-year term is too long to start out right out the gate. I do think that the 2 or 3-year term would be better moving forward. So that way it's enough time to get things going, to see how things are going, but also enough time to make adjustments if need be without being stuck in a long-term contract. So I prefer those. And I also, the 2 to 3 year option. And I also agree that I want to see how this private partnership revenue share model comes out once the staff is done with it. So we know exactly what our assets are valued at before we make these decisions.
I think. And District 3.
Finding my button, sorry. Ditto, agree with the conversations, similar ideas along that line. And while we're getting into it, if I'm hopping ahead, I apologize. But, there is a virtue in consideration of the first 2 years as suggested to provide relief to allow the model to develop as well as these portions are discussed. But I agree, short term makes sense. Thank you.
All righty. And any other supervisors, District 4, District 5, would you like to also provide your feedback, please?
Yeah, we usually do a shorter term. So it makes sense for us to, we're testing this out, and this is the first time we're going to be in this kind of partnership. I think it's once we figure out everything, I think it usually works out, but I think it's good to do a shorter term. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay?
I don't know if you can still hear me good, but I'm trying to mess around here with my mic.
We can.
But yeah, certainly I agree with the comments that have been made up to this time, and only because I think we really need to take a look at as far as the success of this and just the sustainability of this. So that's what I'm looking at.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And then next one, I believe, is you want something on the revenue share. And I think that's kind of in line that we've addressed, although anybody want to add to it, I agree with Supervisor Ryan that the revenue share looks a little low. And again, it's hard to know what to value this at. And I think it would be good to take a look at other similar type of commercial ventures. But it looks to me too low. I agree with the comments of Supervisor Ryan. Other comments from board members?
I said it before, but I'll say it again. I think 5% is too low. Maybe 20 might be too high, or phase in, start off high and then phase out lower. But I definitely think that 5% is too low to start off. And again, would like to see the evaluation of the assets to see where to help determine where that sweet spot is. Thank you.
Any other comments from other supervisors?
I think we can, staff can go back and look at this again and see where they're, just like Supervisor Vasquez is saying, that, really go back and reevaluate this again. Thanks.
All right, any other comments? And if not, let's move on to the last area I think you're wanting, and that's performance bond and insurance requirements. And I would just say that, I would like to hear from risk management. I think this is probably a fairly low risk type of venture. But again, I think we need to do our due diligence and hear back from our staff on this.
Thank you
Others?
for that feedback. Okay.
Any other comments, members of the board?
Yeah, I already commented. Thank you.
I think everybody feels they've already commented. So there you go. So Liz, did you need anything further? And Paul, we're excited about this. So we're going through this line by line and giving some feedback, but I want you to know this is a very exciting concept. Flag Extreme has been a really great partner out there. And we look forward to working out an arrangement to try out a new concept for us. And hopefully it'll kind of be the anchor, if you will, for all kinds of similar types of commercial ventures out there. So again, thank you for your partnership, and This is not any way, shape, or form an indication of a lack of trust with you or with your company. It's really a matter of we need to do what we can for our community and make sure our assets are utilized to the highest and best way it can. So just my two cents worth on that. So Liz, did you need anything else on that? And if not, I think that Paul would like to say something, and I know that Lucinda would like to say something as well. So maybe we hear from Paul first and then go to Lucinda.
That sounds great. My presentation is done. Thank you for your time and for your input. And Mr. Kent, thank you for being here today. And I think you're up next.
Madam Chair and the board and staff, county manager, assistant county managers. I appreciate the meeting. I appreciate the feedback. I think it's all good feedback. It's always good to hear the opinions and the thoughts and the guidance. And so I think a couple things that I just wanted to make sure as we work this through with staff is that I think some of this, like the bond, I think it's just a wording thing, and it just seemed like it could be out there forever and so on. I think the real crux of the thing is, how do we do a trial period and then get into the real deal within some parameters, so that, I don't know, what if the 2-year trial period is X% and it just ends, then as a business, that's very difficult to even start, because it could just end and we can't come to an agreement and it's done. So what I was trying to get at was more of, like, how do we do a 2-year trial and then have something out there within parameters? Maybe it's subject to this review, maybe, but there has to be something, like, even if we take the 20 and 10, if you guys come back after the study and say, oh, it needs to be 50%, well, then I'm done also, right? So I don't know how that happens per se. I was just trying to get to a point where there's some type of trial period, and then within parameters, we could go to a 5-year deal after that or something like that. And then what is the mechanism for re-upping that based on CPI or real estate or, something like that. But it's really more about the capital. If I'm going to put X amount of dollars into it, there's no way I can get it back if, at the end of 2 years even, or 18 months, that the deal is going to be double. It just isn't going to work out. So that's where I'm trying to get a little bit of comfort around. And so I think, the alcohol permit holding, I think, I'm fine with that. I've always felt that, I'm not always going to be here. You guys are not always going to be here. And I just felt, as a good steward of the county, that it might be a good idea for the county to hold the license, short-term or long-term, whatever, it doesn't matter. I just would think that that should be an option for the county to keep control of that. Maybe there's an option, like you could allow the person to get it, or you might not want to let them get it, that type of thing. I have no plans on going anywhere. I'm just saying that, like people say, I'm getting older, right? So, and we all are. So different elected officials, different staff, and you never know. So that's what I was looking at there. The deposit, that doesn't bother me, other than the fact that, could we just trigger it at a revenue number or some number where there's comfort, and then the money comes back, as opposed to at the end of the contract? Because if it's, what's the point of the county holding the money versus it being used in the business, that type of thing. So I think the insurance requirements just looked pretty onerous to me. And I think, we can look at risk management with that one. And And then I think staff has a good, Liz has a good idea of the requirement of even our vendors to have the large insurance. So like the Pepsi distributor needs to have the county listed and do waiver of subrogation on, you know, various different things. So it just seemed overly done. So I think, you know, the percentages, you know, of course, I'm trying to balance, you know, how do we make sure that it makes money so that we can put money back into it? And, you know, with Flagstaff Extreme, we've put multiple times, hundreds of thousands of dollars back into the park. In fact, we're doing it right now. But I can't do that if it doesn't make money. So that's the concern I have is, you know, I could make a lot less, but then it's not going to be an ongoing improvement, entrepreneurial type of thing. So I really appreciate the county being entrepreneurial with the public-private partnerships, and you know, I appreciate everything that Coconino County has done. But those are my general comments. I don't know if anybody has any comments on my comments.
Paul, thank you. And we appreciate that. It's trying to find that sweet spot. It's and I know that that's a delicate balance. So we appreciate your comments. And I know that Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani also has some comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say to Mr. Kent that I really do appreciate him coming forward, and I do understand that this is a private venture, but I want to provide some context to my comments around the risk level. Let's all remember that less than a quarter mile away, a 5-minute walk now, maybe 10, there's going to be upwards within 2 years, something like 300 to 500 employees at the FMC facility. And within 5 years, probably somewhere about 3,000 to 5,000. So, you know, then you add the campground expansion, just a lot more routine use of the park, as we've seen just tremendous expansion over winter and summer. I was out there last Friday, late afternoon. I took my grandson out to see the bike park. And there were still people at Flag Extreme. There were 3 groups that we watched come through that late in the afternoon. And the disc park was packed. The bike park was packed. I mean, I was astounded how many people there were late on a Friday afternoon there, people at the playground. So, you know, just the routine use, all these different uses. And then what does this look like longer term with some of the major venues? And is there actually a role for this facility to play in those bigger activities where it wouldn't be competition, but actually something to enhance those larger activities like Overland and things like that? And you think about Overland, how many people come early? How many people stay more days? Because they hang out with each other and they're going to want to hang out there, you know? So anyway, I guess I just don't see that there's a whole lot of risk. And I think that you know, the investments could be phased. I think the intention is to phase the investments over a couple of years anyway, and perhaps they be phased over a longer period to manage that risk. But I think we need to have the understanding that area is going to become another hub of the community when FMC moves to that location. And it's going to be and feel very different than it does today. And I think you'll see people going, there aren't very many outside venues even in town where you can, with the pleasant surroundings that are there at the park. So anyway, I think that's part of the difference in the view here is what is really the risk proposition. And I mean, I think you've landed, Mr. Kent, on what will be a very successful venture. And anyway, that's something to keep in context as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? And I'm going to give this any closing remarks that Supervisor Ryan you might have for this.
No, it's a thank you. You know, Paul, you've always had a vision in what you're doing. You've helped us at the park. In the meantime, remember what it was when you first started and where we're coming. We're getting the utilities in. We are making proper investments. So we're trying to carry our share. And so I really appreciate it. I think you captured it quickly there, Patrice, in terms of, you know, we need to have these discussions, but healthy discussions. And let's find that sweet spot where we can continue to help you with your success while we're also, you know, watching out for, you know, our opportunities and maintenance and management associated with the park. It is becoming a very special draw and will continue to grow in that way. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And Cynthia or Liz or County Manager, is there anything further on this?
Cynthia first.
Yeah, I just want to thank the board. Thank you for your guidance this afternoon. Liz, thank you for a presentation that was very well done. And Paul, thank you for being here. So anyway, I think we have some good direction and that's appreciated. So
very good.
Nothing more, Madam Chair, on this item.
Very good. And Paul, thank you again for being with us and for the County Parks and Rec. This is a very exciting project, and I think it's going to be very successful as well. So I'm looking forward to going out there. So thank you very much. So members of the board, we have, as you know, an hour before we start our regular session. If we wanted to take a break before the regular session, we will probably need to lessen some of these other items, but I'd like to get them done. I don't want these items to wait until the very end of our board meeting, because I think it's going to be a long regular session tonight. So at this time, I'm going to turn this over to the county manager and ask him what items he feels in particular we should address and what items we may not need to address tonight.
Madam Chair, I would, for sake of time, ask that the board dispense with all items with the exception of the legislative report. I believe Trey was going to provide some quick information on the NACO CSA process, but I think in the interest of time and prepping for the 6 p.m. session without any interruption or objection, rather, it's I would recommend that what I've just suggested, that we just do legislative and go from there.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and go to item 2, and that's discussion, update, and direction regarding state and federal legislative priorities and legislative and administrative updates. And Trey Williams, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just sharing my screen.
And you may want to turn up your volume. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's me, but I'm having a hard time hearing people.
Is that better, Madam Chair?
It is slightly better.
I'm working with my desktop mic, so 1 second. I'm going to stop sharing. Madam Chair, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Just switch to presentation mode.
Yep. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to have to swap.
Yeah, just swap it. Then you're good to go.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, you can just go with it. Yeah, we can see all your slides.
It's in presentation mode, but it's fine. Let's just go with it.
Okay, 1 second. It's froze.
Not to have that. Are you ready, Trey?
I'm ready. Are we good to go?
Go for it.
Yes.
Thank you. So I just wanted to very quickly provide an update and an overview of NACO's and the Western Interstate Region Board of Directors nomination and election process. As many of you are aware, the County Supervisors Association will be holding nomination and elections next week on these two positions. And our current chair, Patrice Horseman, serves as the WIR alternate member of the WIR Board of Directors. So first, I just wanted to briefly give an overview of the process here and of these two boards. We do maintain memberships in the National Association of Counties and the County Supervisors Association. The 130-member NACO board oversees NACO operations and is the governing board of the National Association of Counties. CSA does have a position on that board, and CSA's appointment of that member that it appoints through a nomination and election process for its members provides an opportunity for that member to advance the interests of Arizona supervisors and counties within NACO. And then many of you are also familiar with the 28-member WIR Board of Directors, which focuses on public lands policy, including the payment in lieu of taxes, the PILT funding that is important for all of us. And so
Trey, can you advance your slide? You're still on the title slide.
Here, one second, then let me swap this.
While he's trying to do that, right now Supervisor Manny Ruiz is currently our CSA representative to the NACO board. And we did get from Penny Adams an email that you might have all received. It is not indicating whether he is running again for this nomination. So there may in fact be an opening for CSA representative to the NACO board. And maybe Matt, you've got any update. It doesn't look like Manny's running again. Is that correct?
He has suggested in the past couple of years that he's considering possibly giving up this seat, although we never made a full commitment associated with it. I do have a phone call into him that I don't think he's returned yet. In double checking, I know that Yuma County has expressed interest in the past of is it time for a change associated with that. There are the latest background discussions, but until we see the candidates out there, we're not sure on that.
So it's not clear whether he's going to be running again. So I'm going to turn this back over to you, Trey, on the WIR, since we do have right now Supervisor Richard Lunt is our CSA representative, the WIR board, and I have been very fortunate to be able to serve as his alternate representative to the WIR board, and our terms are up. I just filled the last of Liz's term, so the new term is up. It's a 2-year term, and that will be coming up for election on Thursday, April 21st at our CSA board meeting. Both Richard Lunt, Supervisor Lunt, and myself will be running again for our positions. So I am hoping that you all will be present at the CSA board meeting on April 21st. And if you are not there, please make sure that you give the proxy to vote for these two important positions, and hopefully for my continuation on the WIR board as an alternate to either myself or to Matt Ryan. We will both be down there on April 21st in person. Obviously, there's also a Zoom opportunity to appear. So anyway, Trey, if you've got your map up, but I may have already gone over it for you. So.
Indeed, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure what you can see. So on my screen, just so you know, I can't see which screen is being shared. Nothing's lighting up on my screen.
Okay.
So I can't see what you're seeing. What do you see on do you see the slide that says the National Association of Counties Board of Directors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and we basically kind of went through that, but
Yes.
I don't know. I think we've already gone through this, Trey. Bottom line is it's a 2-year term for the WIR Board of Directors. Term begins on July 2022. And it indicates the current representative is Richard Lunt. And I serve as the alternate. I'm the non-voting member and serve and will vote in his absence. WIR board meets 4 times a year.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Madam Chair, in going along with what Patrice just said and what Trey's outlining, simplistically, Those 2 seats for WIR are open, but Richard's been doing a great job. Patrice has been doing a great job. So far, we don't have others that have suggested they're putting their names in. But I don't see us posted for action here, so I would suggest that we either provide the proxy to either me or Patrice, and to assure that we get a vote in favor of Patrice and Richard. In the meantime, for the NACO board, we need to hear the discussion, whether Manny's going to be there or not. The CSA discussion, and actually I implemented it when I was president of CSA, was to ensure continuity. Instead of passing it from president to president that changes out in 1 year, we wanted a single member that stayed on, that assured continuity. Now, Manny's been doing it so many years, it's reaching a point of, okay, that's great, and you're achieving those objectives. But if he's hinting at stepping out, there are the areas of consideration. He's been doing it a long time. Is it time for somebody else? And or we need to hear their discussions if they put their names forward. So we can't necessarily make a recommendation there. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Trey.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. So,
one other thing. The Medium County Caucus, I'm providing the opportunity for anybody that's putting their names in at the beginning of the meeting to have about a 1 or 2 minute spiel on why they really want to do it. Needed to open it up to the whole organization. I have a bias. I definitely think Richard and Patrice are doing a great job on it, but we also need to allow for, me as chair, I need to allow for others, if they so choose to put their name in, to at least present their case for that. So just a heads up for everybody on that. Thanks.
thanks so much. And actually yes, and we appreciate the opportunity as well, Supervisor Ryan. So I think we've gone through that. Trey, anything else you'd like to say?
No, Madam Chair, thank you for giving my presentation. I'm happy to provide the PowerPoints for you all. Let's keep it simple. But the one thing I would say, Madam Chair, is Deputy County Manager Andriani wanted me to mention a federal bill to bring to your attention that they were alerted about. It is Senate S 2836. And it is the America's Revegetation and Carbon Sequestration Act of 2021. Deputy County Manager Andriani, as well as Forest Restoration Director Jay Smith, would recommend supporting this particular bill. It's essentially 4 titles, and what it does is it sets up, number 1, a carbon sequestration program, as well as a carbon credit program through the National Forest Foundation. And so that's my quick analysis of it. And per the recommendation of staff, would be to support S 2836.
I don't know, it's obviously not a formal action item, but I think that there would be general consensus here and direction from the board that we do in fact support that. So yes. Trey, I think you should proceed accordingly.
Yeah, and place it under the chair's signature for that. That would be really good.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. That concludes my presentation.
All right. And with that, members of the board, as you know, we do have our regular session coming up at 6. We have a number of hearings, and then we have redistricting, which would be nice to get just behind us. So with that, we do have 3 and 4 are being waived by our county manager. Thank you, county manager. We do have our round table. If there's anyone that feels that they would like to comment, now would be the time. I'm going to waive any comments at this time in hopes of giving us a little bit of a break before our regular session. But if anybody has something that's burning that you need to bring to our attention, now would be the time. I see no from Supervisor Ryan, no from Vice Chair Vasquez, and I do not see Judy or Supervisor Begay or Supervisor Fowler bubbling up. So with that, at this point, members of the board, I am going to recommend, it's 5:15. We have 45 minutes. That'll give our staff time to get ready for our evening regular session. And please enjoy 45 minutes, and we'll be back here soon. So thank you all.
We just need Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Getting close to the 6 o'clock hour here.
Okay, Chair Horseman, we have all the supervisors. Just bringing Supervisor Ryan over and he's joining now.
All right. Very good. Well, welcome back, colleagues and staff and members of the public. This is the time for our regular session. And in accordance with our regular session, I will ask if our county manager, if we have, it looks like we have every supervisor here. And do we have all the staff that we're going to need for our presentations coming up?
Yes, for the first portion of the session, we do have the necessary staff, and then we will be promoting individuals for the redistricting item at that time. So
Very good.
we will have panelists that will be transported over, but I do believe. And Lindsay, to you, do we have, from your viewpoint, the applicants for the liquor license?
Not quite yet for the liquor license, but I do have Amanda on as a panelist for the proclamation.
Good, thank you. So with that and with that information, let's go ahead and do our call to the public for a regular session. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1 and I'm also the chair of the board. Welcome colleagues, staff, and members of the public. Good to be with you this evening. District 2.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and vice chair. Thank you for being here tonight. Look forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, District 3.
And good evening, everybody. I'm Matt Ryan from District 3 and happy to be here with my wonderful board members and look forward to this evening and this great proclamation, taking care of our earth. So
Gotta love that. So
yeah.
District 4.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just.
District 4, we're having a hard time hearing you. Supervisor Begay.
Again. What about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Judy Begay, almost at District Director, Board Supervisor for District 4, and I'm here today and I'm looking to a very productive meeting today. Thank you and welcome to the public and the staff and my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. If you can turn up the volume, that's great. We can hear you, but it's not overly loud. I'll say that. So, and with that, District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, welcome everyone to our meeting and really happy to have you all participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, members of the board, now is the time for our Pledge of Allegiance to our flag in the United States of America. And with that, if we could ask Lindsay to please put up the flag and the pledge on our screen, and we will do the pledge. Those who can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I do not see the flag, but we'll go ahead and start it anyway. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, are we back?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I want to check the volume for Supervisor Begay's computer. Is that better?
it is better.
Okay, so we'll just project directly to the mic. But just want to do a mic check over here.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. All right, so members of the public and members of the board, this is a regular session, so now is the time to call to the public. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors on any item of concern that is not on this agenda tonight. Items presented in the call to the public are for information for the board, because the open meeting law requires a limitation on a response. We will not respond to your calls to the public at this time. We may ask for administration to address some of your concerns, or if necessary, we certainly will put it up on a follow-up board meeting as an agenda item so we can discuss it. So at this point, now is the time for you, members of the public, if you have items that are not on the agenda, to address the governing board. And with that, I'm going to ask our clerk, Lindsay Daly, if she can please explain to members of the public on how they can access our board and how they can address us. So thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. If you would like to make a public comment at this time, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover at the bottom. And it looks like a hand, and that will, if you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you are on the telephone, which I do see one person on by phone, you can hit *9 on your phone, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
All right. Thank you, Lindsay. And so members of the public, you know how you can get the attention of our clerk to address the board. So please do so at this time.
As of now, Chair Horstman, there are no hands raised.
We'll give it one more moment. Members of the public, now is the time for the call to the public. If you would like to be heard on items and address the board on items not on the agenda, now is your time. And you did get the information on how you can address us and be heard. So Lindsay Daly, anybody wanting to address us on call to the public?
There is no one at this time, Chair Horstman.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. And with that, it is our pleasure to have with us this evening a proclamation on designing April 2022 as Earth Month. I think every day is really, Earth Day, and certainly every month should be Earth Month. So Amanda Atchison is with us here today to present this proclamation and to designate April as our Earth Month. So with that, Amanda, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, and thank you, members of the board and county managers, for the opportunity today to be here to celebrate Earth Month. But as Chair Horstman pointed out, every day is Earth Day, and we're very fortunate to live in a beautiful place that we get to celebrate that every day. And so before we dive into the proclamation, I did want to just quickly highlight some of our Earth Day events, if that's okay, that we have coming up. Thank you. So I'm going to quickly just share my screen and wanted to show this flyer. We've got several events coming up. I'm trying to, there we go. We've got every day through the week of April 18th through the 22nd. We have electric EV ride and learns with our 2 Chevy Bolts. So we're going to be at County Admin on Monday and Tuesday afternoons with both the Chevy Bolts. If anyone would like to come and see and learn more about them and test drive them, we will be there at 11 o'clock till 2 o'clock, both Monday and Tuesday. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we will be at King Street. So please join us if you can. It's a great way to learn more about electric vehicles and how to charge and where to charge. And then we've also partnered with Flagstaff Forest Service and City of Flagstaff and Coconino County Parks and the Friends of Coconino County Parks to host 3 community cleanups. These are going to be happening on April 20th, 21st, and 22nd. And they are going to be from 10 to 1. And each day is a community cleanup. And then we're going to host a recreational stewards workshops with each one. So at Fort Tuthill, it'll learn how to use your county parks and wildlife watching at Lake Ashurst. So just wanted to quickly share that and come join us if you can. And thank you for that. And then now diving into our proclamation, excited to bring this back. This is our 2nd annual and our county's 8th annual Earth Day celebration. And each year we're going to come back with this proclamation, and it is read by different members of our county organization or community members. And the intent with it is that this proclamation is a voice shared by many. It represents the diversity of our organization and the diversity of our community. And so really excited this year that our facilities management department read our proclamation and recorded this earlier. So I'm going to share that video. And then Chair Horseman is going to round up the proclamation, finish it off for us with a statement in honor of our board and our leadership. And thank you for that. So with that, I'm going to share my screen, and I am going to hopefully share this video. And I think when I do this, I need to and I apologize. Might be having some technical
You projected it a moment ago. Did you need to hit the play button?
Yeah, I accidentally hit. Let me go to basic. Here we go. I'm afraid the sound might not be there, but let's try this.
No,
can you hear that?
No, there's no sound. So
I'm sorry, let me stop sharing this. And then when I share again, I believe that, here we go, share sound. And
whereas Coconino County respects and celebrates the county's vast and endless beauty, home to many cultures, and commits to protecting, preserving, and caring for our environment, including providing services that are sensitive to the needs of all citizens in our changing world. And
whereas Coconino County recognizes that the global community now faces extraordinary challenges such as global health issues, food and water shortages, environmental degradation, and economic struggles, and identifies climate change as the biggest challenge to the future of humanity and the life support systems that make our world habitable. And whereas Coconino County asserts that all people, regardless of race, gender, income, or geography, have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment, as well as economic growth and opportunity. And
whereas Coconino County affirms all life forms on Earth have a right to a healthy, sustainable environment, and as caretakers of the planet, we all have an obligation to change the human behaviors that contribute to the climate change and environmental degradation and work to preserve the Earth's beauty and its resources. And
whereas this obligation extends not only to today's caretakers, but also to the future generations of caretakers who will inherit the planet from us. And
Whereas Coconino County is blessed with a wealth of green space, including national, state, and local parks, as well as diverse areas that are sacred to our region's indigenous peoples. These are areas enrich the lives of both residents and visitors alike, providing habitat for varied flora and fauna, sustainable natural resources, and many diverse recreational opportunities. And whereas Coconino County supports projects and efforts that demonstrate and encourage energy conservation, climate change mitigation and adaptation, sustainability, and the usage of renewable energy. And
whereas Coconino County partners with local community members, schools, businesses, and environmental organizations who are working together in the interest of the planet to inspire intergenerational participation through local actions and global environmental consciousness. And
whereas the county recognizes the benefit of promoting climate change awareness and the effect that even small changes can have on our climate. And
now therefore, be it resolved that Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby declare April 2022 as Earth Month in Coconino County. And we encourage all county staff and community members to join the county in celebrating the earth, recognizing climate change as a challenge that needs a solution, and choosing actions to combat climate change every single day. Signed and sealed this 12th day of April, 2022, Coconino County Board of Supervisors, Chair Horstman, Vice Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Begay, and Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Horstman. Thank you, members of the board. This is, again, a great way to honor and celebrate our earth and all life in it. And thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I can't really think of a more important proclamation than taking care and protecting our earth, because there's no planet B. This is it. And it's important for all of us to do what we can to not only honor and protect the earth, but preserve and what we can here for future generations. It's our life at stake and the very life of our planet. So I remember the very first Earth Day. I was in high school, probably, Amanda, way before you were born. And it was a day of celebrating the earth and a day of peace, certainly both things that need to be done here in 2022. So with that, members of the board, I'd like to turn it over to board members if you would like to make some comments about our proclamation of Earth Month and also recognition of April 22nd as Earth Day. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Sure. Thank you, Amanda, for bringing this and the team for reading the proclamation. It's super important that we recognize that our climate is changing and we need to move in sustainable ways to minimize the effects and help mitigate some of this change. And so these proclamations that bring awareness and to our community, to our staff, and to members of the public are super important. So appreciate that. Looking forward to all the different events around Earth Day. Incidentally, Earth Day is on my birthday, so I am an Earth baby. But I'm really excited to see the different events and look forward to trying to participate in some of them and just really encourage and invite the community to come out and celebrate the earth and to remember that it's not just April 22nd or the month of April that we should be celebrating Earth, but we should be thinking about it at all times and in our actions, seeing ways that we can help be more sustainable, and so that way we leave a better place than what we have right now for our children. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Amanda. And what a great group that you had together to read the proclamation, including our chair to finish up with the airport. Yeah, it's a lot of what everybody's already said. You know, how can we do every day? We need to be thinking of it, even as you walk by that piece of paper in the street, or a personal level. You know, I've got solar on my house. I use all my all the water that comes in through rain into my landscaping, underground, etc. But beyond that, when we think from our perspective as Coconino County, we are the filter for a broader region. The more we take care of our forest and work together, the better it'll help. And so I hope we continue to enhance our plans, to incorporate those thoughts and our practices into them. We already have been working on it, but we want to continue to do so and do even better than we have. So thank you all.
Well said, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Begay?
Yeah, the Earth is a home to so many things, cultures or traditions, and so it's in our best interest to ensure that we protect it and make sure that there's sustainability in it, and that we are out there looking after Earth, just like Chair Horstman said. This is the only Earth that we have, and for now, and there's no second one right now. So we have to really be mindful as to how we cherish everything that's on there, and how we're living off even the plants and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you for putting this together and this proclamation together, and certainly some things were already said by previous supervisors, so I'm not going to reiterate that. So thank you so much.
And Supervisor Fowler.
And look at all of our backgrounds, our screen background when we do our Zoom. I'm really happy that, the technology allows us to showcase the beauty of our county. And so just really, I just think it's great. It just saddens me when we talk about Earth and Mother Earth and the animals, just the damage that's already been done. It's been damaged so much that it's having such a negative impact on us. Everything that we're doing, we're trying to prevent. And yet we have invasive grass that are in the forests that are causing wildfires, and we're there trying to prevent. We have now climate change, and the weather's changed. It's impacting the wild animals, the creatures in the ground, and those that fly. And then we're trying to preserve dark sky. We have such a polluted air, polluted sky. It interferes with our way of life, which is we really depend on the Native Americans, on the stars and the constellations in the universe. But I think it's good that once a year we stop and think about and say that we love Mother Earth. But it is something that we have to do all the time. And now we're cleaning up the mess, or trying to clean up the mess that's already been done. All the animals that's been wiped off this earth, the native people that's been wiped off this earth, they were part of this earth. So I think that this is such an important stance. It's not something to be taken lightly. And I think we need to really think about Mother Earth and how it sustains itself and its children. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments from County Manager or staff? Or if none, Amanda, again, thank you so much for bringing such an important proclamation forward. And since it's Vice Chair's birthday on the 22nd, I'll see him along 180 and we can do a trash pickup together to celebrate. How's that? All right, thank you very much, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And for all those that read the proclamation, appreciate your involvement here. So thank you so much.
Agree. Thank you.
All right, so members, we are moving along. We have now the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. Members of the public, matters on the consent agenda are routine or administrative in nature. They are matters that can be decided on by the board through a single vote, through a single motion and a single vote. And so at this time, I'm asking if any members of the board would like to remove an item from the consent agenda for individual discussion or vote. And members of the board, I'd like to remove item 9 for a very brief statement. So I am asking to remove item 9 from the consent agenda at this time. Otherwise, any other items to be removed from the consent agenda? Supervisor Fowler.
I was gonna remove the same one as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other items to remove other than item number 9? If not, at this time, I will entertain a motion for us to approve the consent agenda items 7, 8, and 10. Do I have a motion? Motion from Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? And it unanimously passes. So members of the board, item number 9 is consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2022-17, requesting the governor and legislature to provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing legislation on rural management areas in the 2022 legislative session. Members of the board, I brought this to your attention at the last meeting. We were under the assumption that I could sign as chair a letter. However, Mojave County would like us to join them in a resolution. The resolution is before you. It's very similar to what I presented to you last time. It is basically asking that there be rural management area legislation and that we allow counties to create rural management areas here in rural Arizona, much like is happening in the more urban areas that have active water management areas. And we are asking that the governor and the state legislature pass legislation on rural management areas, and that we have a legislative session in conjunction with rural water management areas. So that's the resolution before you. And I know Supervisor Fowler also has some comments to be made on this. Supervisor Fowler.
I have made this comment before, and we just passed a proclamation on earth, protecting the earth, and our waterways is part of the earth. And we as Board of Supervisors are not allowed to ask questions about the water. If a community or a neighborhood is being built, whether they have enough water or not. And this is something that is very important for the safety, public safety, for assurance to the home and property owner that they will have water, but we are not allowed to, our hands are tied, and we're always advised not to make any comments on it. So if there was any kind of authority provided that we caution people when they buy property, I think that would be very good. So anyway, the water management, I don't know how far it will go, but at least this is a start. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? And if not, oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, actually, no, I'm glad this is being brought forward. It's an area that we wrestle around with, as noted by Lena, as we wrestle with it because we have decisions associated with growth, but we don't have a consideration. It's a deference to AWR, suggesting that they, it's under their purview, that they would do it appropriately. But without the planning capability at the local level, it really creates an obstacle for us to the point of we hired Rena McGuire once upon a time to help advise us to push for some measure of adequacy tool. As if we're successful, then we're going to have to see what the rules are, as we work through it. But it makes sense to have these tools and plan appropriately. So really good. You've moved this forward, Madam Chair.
Good. Thank you very much. And at this time, let's have other comments real quick from board members. And if not, at this time, I would entertain a motion from the board to approve resolution 2022-17, requesting the governor and legislature of Arizona provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing legislation on rural management areas in the 2022 legislative session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Supervisor Ryan, and I have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed, nay. It is unanimous. And I will, on behalf of this County Board of Supervisors, sign that resolution and get it in. So thank you very much for your assistance on that. And members of the board, we are moving along in our agenda. We are at a public hearing, item number 11. This is public hearing, consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Controls regarding an application number 185157 for a series 021 restaurant liquor license for Javelina Cantina. I like that, Javelina Cantina. And the agent is Teresa June Morris, located at 671 Highway 179 in Sedona, Arizona, 86336. Believe this is in District 3. At this time, we would going to have a public hearing on this item. However, before we have our public hearing, I'm going to ask for comments. I'm going to ask the clerk, Lindsay Daly, to present on this matter. So Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. My office received an application from the state, like you said, for Javelina Cantina, which is located in District 3 at 671 Highway 179 in Sedona. This is for a Series 12 restaurant license, and this is under a new ownership. So that is why it's coming before the board today. A copy of the notice of the hearing tonight was posted at the location for 20 days. And we did not receive any comments from the public during this time or during the 20 days. We did provide the application for review to our Sheriff's Office, Community Development Department, Health Department, as well as our risk manager, and they do not have any concerns regarding the application. The board is required to consider and make a recommendation on the application. It may be for a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or the board may choose to offer a no recommendation regarding the application. And the board does not issue the license for the application, but does just make the recommendation to the state regarding the application based on knowledge of the area. And Ms. Morris is here tonight if there are any questions specific to the application or the business.
So at this time, I think it would be appropriate to hear from her quickly and then see if the board has any questions they'd like to ask of her or of you, Clerk Daly, of any of the procedures on this. So if she is, has she been promoted?
She's here and it looks like she is not muted. So Ms. Morris, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you for joining us, Ms. Morris. We appreciate you being here, and please let us know what you're planning for the Javelina Cantina and the liquor license application.
Teresa, we can't hear you. If you want to try calling in, you can also call my cell phone number. And actually, let me check the phone lines because she may also be up here on the phone lines. No, I don't see her phone number. So I've got, oh, there she is. Let me promote her on the phone.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, Ms. Morris, if you want to just unmute yourself on your telephone, then we'll be able to hear you.
Hello.
There you
This
go.
is Teresa Morse. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Oh, great. I tell you, I was watching the earlier portion of the meeting and I couldn't hear anyone. So I went to the phone. So I taught via Zoom this morning, and I want to thank you all for your patience. I know I had an item on a previous agenda recently. Again, my name is Teresa Morse, and I am the agent for Javelina Cantina. I reside in actually Maricopa, Arizona, but I have a numerical address in Phoenix for my mail, and that's where that goes. But basically, I am an agent on about 300 liquor licenses. My background is police officer for 26 years, and 13 years of those at the Arizona Department of Liquor. This particular liquor license was sold from the previous owner, Mark Shagru, to the manager, to Sheena Cruel. And Sheena was managing the restaurant for a long period of time. This type of liquor license does not have any package to go, with exception of if a person comes in and orders a meal and a bottle of wine, then they open the bottle of wine, and if they don't complete it, then they can sell that as package to go. They also have an outdoor patio there. It's fenced completely. Sheena has also had her background check conducted, and so have I as the agent. It does not have to be 300 feet from church or school, so all of that has passed as well. And I know she's very excited to take over this existing business. It has been servicing that particular community for a very, very long time. In addition to that, you might note that the restaurant liquor license is different than many of the others in that it must provide at least 40% of its gross revenue from the sales of food, as opposed to like a full-size bar. So they have to meet that criteria every year. So I'm open to any questions if anyone has them.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this evening. Members of the board, any questions of Ms. Morris? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I reached out to Ms. Morris, as I usually do when we have liquor licenses, particularly within the district. Teresa, could you just explain why this is not a renewal?
It is not a renewal because it is a brand new ownership. A new LLC was formed by Sheena Cruel, who is, she's actually the individual that is the owner of the liquor license. I am merely the agent who can conduct communication with the Board of Supervisors and with the state or any other entity if it falls in someone else's jurisdiction. So as the agent, I renew liquor licenses for my clients, and hers will renew, at the time when the Coconino licenses renew. However, so this particular license is actually a brand new license. It will receive a brand new liquor license number. Sheena Cruel is operating on Mark Shagru's existing license on an interim permit, and that is issued by the state for her to operate for 105 days until this process by you folks has been completed and the recommendation goes back to the state for the final issuance at the state level.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Any other questions of procedure or of Ms. Morris? Otherwise, we're going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to have her open this up for public hearing and public comment.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone has a public comment under this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover down at the bottom of your screen. Or if you're on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand to notify us that you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing. So again, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen, or you can hit *9 if you're on the telephone to raise your hand.
So now is the time, members of the public, for you to be heard at this public hearing on this liquor license application. And do we have anyone who would like to be heard for the public hearing?
At this time, Chair Horstman, there are no hands raised, so no comments at this time.
All right, one more time, we're going to call to members of the public. Now is the time to be heard on this public hearing for the liquor license for Javelina Cantina. Does anybody like to address us?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. At this time, we will close the public hearing. Members of the board, are there any comments or any questions that members of the board have on this liquor license application? Hearing none, at this time, I will entertain a motion. Is there a motion for this liquor license? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, just quickly in commenting before I make the motion, I did reach out to our new owner, Sheena Curl, and she's been the manager of this for the past 10 years while it's been Javelina Cantina. And as you might recognize, the name Chagru of the previous owner used to be Chagru's upstairs. She managed that. So almost 20 years of management, very good relationship, well-run establishment, well-respected, associated with it. And just a point of note in a piece of our conversation, they actually were able to weather the challenges of COVID by taking care of their employees and keeping them whole and being able to bring them back when they were able to open back up. So just compliments all around associated with that. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to make the recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding application number 185157 for a Series 12 restaurant and liquor license for Javelina Cantina with the agent Teresa June Moore, and the location of the establishment once again is located at 671 Highway 179, Sedona, Arizona.
Thank you. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Vasquez seconds that motion. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any objection? Any abstention?
Aye. Mine is a late aye. Sorry.
Okay.
I apologize,
Supervisor Fowler.
Madam.
Thank you. And no objection, no abstention, and so it's unanimous. And congratulations to Javelina Cantina, and we look forward to joining you down there in Sedona for a meal. So thank you again, and thank you for being with us this evening. So members,
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Members of the board, we are now for another public hearing, and this is actually public hearings on items 12, 13, and 14. These public hearing and considerations, and I will read them, but they are for approval of an Arizona liquor license for the same establishment. However, there are 3 different liquor licenses for Marble Canyon Lodge located at Highway 89A at Navajo Bridge, Marble Canyon, Arizona, 86036. Agent is Andrea Dahlman Lukowitz. I should know that. I'm from Minnesota and I should know how to say that, but I think I'm mispronouncing it and I apologize. And I know this is in Supervisor Fowler's district. What we would like to do, members of the board, is we would like to include all 3 of these together. I'd like to point out that this is for a liquor license application 18426 for a series 007 beer and wine bar liquor license. The second one is for a application number 184628 for a series 010 beer and wine store liquor license. And the last is going to be a public hearing for an application number 184628 for a series 010 beer and, I'm sorry, for 184631 for a series 012 restaurant liquor license. Again, all of these 3 requests for liquor licenses are for Marble Canyon Lodge located at Highway 89A at the Navajo Bridge, Marble Canyon, Arizona 86036. And our licensee is Andrea Dahlman, and I'm not going to try to mispronounce that last name again. And maybe clerk of the board knows the correct pronunciation. So we're going to combine these 3 together. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Lindsay Daly to present. And I don't know if the applicant or agent is with us here today.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. Agent Andrea Lukowitz is here today. Again, these are applications that we received from the state. And as stated, these are for a Series 7 beer and wine bar, a Series 11 hotel motel, and Series 12 restaurant for the Marble Canyon Lodge located at Highway 89 at the Navajo Bridge in Marble Canyon. We received these liquor licenses and provided them to our Sheriff's Office, Community Development Department, Health Department, as well as our risk manager to review all 3 of them. They do not have any concerns regarding the liquor licenses. This has been an establishment that has been there for many, many years. And also a notice of the public hearing was posted for 20 days, and we have not received any comments or concerns regarding the liquor license applications. At this time, the board does need to consider making a recommendation for approval, disapproval, or offer no recommendation to the state. Again, the board does not issue the license for these applications, but makes a recommendation to the state based on knowledge of the area. And Ms. Andrea Lukowitz is here if there are any questions regarding the applications or the establishment at this time.
Ms. Lukowitz, you are at this time, I'd like to address the board. Please do so. And I think you are unmuted. So please, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. I'm the attorney and agent for the TV Marble Canyon, which is owned by Hanji Corporation, a family-owned company who has been working with the owners of the property at Marble Canyon for a couple of years now. And finally, we're able to come to a resolution. As you might guess, many of the issues involving the property and just the sensitive nature of this property and their desire to continue what has been going on there. So they were able to close the purchase in February this year, after almost 2 years, I think. The old owners are staying on as operating partners. For now, they are continuing as is. They won't start any renovations until after the season, probably November, when they will start with some renovations to the lodge, mostly for the employee housing. They're going to continue to operate the store, the Chevron there with the Series 10 license, as Lindsay mentioned, and the restaurant with Series 12, and then the lodge has a Series 7 license. There are currently 30 employees, and they're hoping to add to that. Most importantly, these owners intend to be good stewards of this property and respectful of the resources in this very special place that they identified among many others. They are also doing projects at Glacier National Park and Yosemite, focusing on health and wellness in tune with the land. So they're excited about this project. I think that it's a great time for a turnover from the previous owner who was looking to sell, but was also very sensitive to making sure that this property would remain special.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here with us this evening and for that overview. We really appreciate that. Now, members of the board, before we open this up for a public hearing, are there any comments or questions of the board at this time? Supervisor Fowler.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I did have a conversation with the agent, and we have the owners that are very active already within the community. We just had our regional meeting just not too long ago, and they all participated in that meeting with the community. So we continued to work together. This is a long establishment that's there that hires local people that live nearby, and has been a really good, really been working through with the community throughout. As you can see back here, that's a Vermilion Cliffs, very near to where this establishment is, and right across on the right near the Navajo Bridge there. And they also help us with our Star Party that we do every year. And that's something that is this year we will, I guess I'll be announcing it now. We'll have that again, that we're planning that event again this year. So they're really wonderful to work with. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
And
Supervisor Fowler.
there's no schools nearby or churches. So they're several miles away, and the nearest school is up in Page. So I know that it's a state liquor board that really looks into that, but I thought I'd just mention that. Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay.
Any other questions or comments before we open this up for a public hearing? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to reiterate or support, the comments that were made by Supervisor Fowler. And I've been there and I've seen that, there are a lot of people that live in the area that are hired and they work there, and also that they're very active, and there's a lot of things that usually happen there and people get invited there. So it's a place to be at, if you want to, be out there, out and about. And so I just want to say that about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments or questions before we open it up for public hearing? Seeing none, at this point, we are going to open our public hearing for comments from members of the public. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, who will provide instructions on how you can provide public comments to our public hearing. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to provide a public comment during this hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen, which will appear if you hover your mouse at the bottom of the screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you are on the telephone and you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit *9 on your phone, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. So again, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen, or hit *9 if you're on the telephone to raise your hand and make us aware that you would like to provide a comment.
The time for the public hearing, and now you know how to address the board, and you've gotten good instructions. And is there anyone that would like to address the board during the public hearing?
At this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
I will give it just a couple more minutes. This is the second time call to the public for a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard, please do so at this time.
Again,
Any
you can hit
comments
the
from the
raise.
public?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you so much. And at this time, members of the public and board, we are going to close the public hearing portion of this, and we are going to move forward in either additional board comments with regards to these three liquor license applications. If there are no further comments, then at this time, we can entertain a motion, and I'm going to ask Supervisor Fowler if she can, and I apologize, I'm going to go back here for a minute. I have been advised appropriately to make an individual motion for each of the three applications. We did the public hearing as one, but we're going to do this and have three individual votes. So at this time, Supervisor Fowler, would you consider making a motion for item number 12 for that liquor license for Series 007 wine and beer.
Yes, Madam Chair, I thank you very much. I would like to make a motion of recommendation to the Arizona liquor license and control regarding the application number 184626 for a Series 007 beer and wine bar liquor license for Marble Canyon Lodge located at Highway 89A at Navajo Bridge, Marble Canyon, Arizona. Thank you.
Very good. You have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of the Series 007 liquor license, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? Hearing no objection or abstention, it passes unanimously. We are moving on now to the liquor license Series 010 beer and wine store liquor license. And with this time, Supervisor Fowler, could you make the motion for this as well?
I move that we make a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor and License Control regarding the application number 184628 for a Series 010 beer and wine store at the located at Highway 89A Navajo Bridge in Marble Canyon.
Members of the board, we have a motion from Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Okay.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any objection or abstentions? Hearing none, this passes unanimously as well. We're going to our last liquor license application for Marble Canyon. This is for a Series 012 restaurant liquor license. Supervisor Fowler, would you please do the honors of the motion?
In the honor, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve, or we don't approve, we make a recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor and License and Control regarding the application number 184631 for Series 012 restaurant liquor license at the Marble Canyon Lodge located at Highway 89A at the Navajo Bridge, Marble Canyon, Arizona.
Very good. We have a motion from Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objections or any abstentions? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. And we so appreciate you being with us this evening, Andrea, and we look forward to visiting you out there at Marble Canyon Lodge. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, now we're still doing hearings. This is our evening of hearings. Number 15 is our last hearing, I think, for today. It's a public hearing. It's a consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2022-14, approving case number SUB-21-030, a request for a preliminary subdivision plat amendment to remove condition 6, requiring annexation into the Summit Fire District from the conditions of approval of the 22nd lot Tall Tales Ranch subdivision SUB-20-008. And I apologize, I don't think, no, it is a public hearing, so never mind, I was right, it is a public hearing. At this time, Community Development Director Jay Krisselman is here with us this evening, and he will present and give us an overview on this item. So unless County Manager, you have anything else, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Jay Krisselman at this time.
Thank you. Yes, good evening, Chair Horstman. Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, Supervisors. Jay Kristelman, Community Development. You are right. We are here this evening to hear a public hearing for an amended plat condition for the Tall Tales Ranch subdivision. The property owner 7486 Star House LLC Flagstaff. The applicant who is with us this evening is Ian Braun of Civil Design and Engineering here in Flagstaff. Representative for the case is Lindsay Shuby with Gamage and Burnham from Phoenix. The zoning of the parcel is currently AR5, which is agricultural residential, 5-acre minimum parcel size, and the overall parcel is 111 acres. The request this evening is to amend condition 6 to remove the requirement to be annexed into the Summit Fire District prior to the final plat, and I'll get into the reasoning for that here in a moment. Here is the overall parcel location. Can you see my cursor okay? I never know which screen it's on. Thank you. I'll do a zoom in here on that parcel. You can see Towns Winona and the interstate there. So this is a close-up of the parcel, 111 acres. Walnut Creek, the road to the monument is right here. Now, the preliminary plat was approved on August 11th, 2021. This Board of Supervisors approved this subdivision back then, and with the requirement that the applicant would be required, to annex into the Summit Fire District prior to the final plat. And the applicant has been working these last several months with Summit, but has not been able to make progress toward annexation. It's unclear that the applicant would be able to annex because the subdivision parcel boundary is not contiguous with the fire district's boundaries, which I can show you here. So this reddish line here is the extent of Summit Fire District boundary, and the subject parcel is down here. So state statute tells us that parcel must be contiguous to this line here, which is the boundary of Summit Fire. So these parcels included, not part of this subdivision application, but they are also not within Summit's boundary of these particular, because they're not contiguous. The proposed modification to condition 6, you can see what's stricken here. The new language would be property owners shall obtain and maintain fire service from the Summit Fire District or other approved fire service provider, or as otherwise approved by the Community Development Director. That the developer shall prepare and record CC&Rs which shall require that property owners obtain and maintain fire service. A copy of the CC&R shall be submitted to the Community Development Department prior to approval of final plat. CC&R shall be recorded within 30 days of the plat approval prior to issuance of vertical building permits. That is the proposed new language. To obtain individual fire subscriptions is typically what they would be called from likely Summit Fire District. They're just not considered a part of the district within the boundary. Now, neighbors within 1,000 feet were notified, and staff did not receive any comments on the application. Here are the findings for a preliminary plat. This preliminary plat's actually already been approved by this board. We're just proposing, or the applicant rather, is proposing amending that condition 6. And the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve subdivision 21-030 with a recommended modification to condition 6. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, and both the applicant and the applicant's representative are with us this evening.
And I think we will ask the applicant to present, or the representative for the applicant to present before we go into our open public meeting. But before we do that, I do have a question. Is there a reason why it was included as a condition if they did not meet the requirements to be able to be annexed into the Summit Fire District? And then the second question is, the change is being recommended. What does that do in terms of ensuring the adequate fire protection for the subdivision?
Yeah, Chair Horstman, thank you for that. So when staff was performing the analysis and presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission, we were unaware, frankly, that the property, what I should say is that we were unaware that Summit Fire District likely was unable at this time to expand their boundary. So that has been something that Summit Fire has been working with. I think there's been some discussions about the possibility of a station closure, some other items that Summit's been working through. But I would defer to Ms. Shuby to explain how an individual fire subscription works. We have seen this before with a number of subdivisions, and Ms. Shuby did a great job explaining that to the commission.
Very good. Thank you very much. And please join us this evening, and we'd love to hear from you.
Jay, I do not see Ian or Lindsay Shuby on. There is a phone number though. So I can allow the phone number to speak and see if it might be one of them. Oh, there we go. There's Mike Palmer. Is Mike Palmer part of the party, Jay?
Yes.
Okay, let me promote him.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Palmer, if you can accept the promotion, we can bring you over as, there you go. And then you can go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Palmer. Thank you for joining us this evening. Did you hear some of the questions that I asked? And I think you heard Jay indicate you were going to give us some information.
I did hear that. Like Jay said, he was accurate. In early talks with Summit Fire, everybody was on board. We learned that it's quite a process. It's not just a matter of Summit Fire saying, yes, we want you, or us saying, yes, we want in. It's a quite extensive project or process. What it boils down to is if you have a subscription, you pay Summit Fire individually. But even if they didn't subscribe, if 911 is called, Summit Fire and Medical responds, and it's just a matter of who pays. If you're subscribed, then it's taken care of. If you're not subscribed, you get a bill from Summit Fire for whatever was done, whether it's medical or suppressing a fire. And so by us requiring the subscription from the homeowners, it is, taking care of the financial part of it, where they're not in a battle with insurance or homeowners insurance or things like that. It's done, as Jay said, it's actually done quite frequently with basically anything south of I-40 is not in Summit Fire District. And so, for example, I live out at the Winona exit, and we just subscribe to Summit Fire. It's a fairly easy process.
Thanks, Mike.
So members of the board, any comments or questions that you have at this time? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I think, I was going to ask some of these questions, but I think Mr. Palmer, Mike had explained, the contract situation. It also is in the discussion amongst our commissioners on how different services EMS has versus fire subscriptions can be handled associated with that. So I just wanted to make note of those points there.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments or questions before we go into the public hearing?
I have a question.
Sure.
So right now, the subject property isn't part of the even touch the current fire district area. That I assume, like, redistricting has been on my mind. So, but I assume in this case, it's not necessary to be within or close to the boundaries of the current Summit Fire District boundaries.
Chair Horstman and Vice Chair Vasquez, this is Jay. It would be required to be contiguous to the boundary in order for Summit Fire to consider annexation. However, for a subscription service, they have the opportunity to provide subscription services to anyone, like this Mr. Palmer's property right here, and he has a subscription. These folks, most of them have a subscription, so it's pretty common when the district boundary is not going to get expanded.
Got you. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or concerns or comments? Seeing none, now is the time then for us to open our public hearing. At this point, Lindsay, I'm going to ask you once again to provide members of the public information on how they may provide public comment for this public hearing.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. It will appear if you hover at the bottom of your screen, and it looks like a hand. And then if you are on the telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Again, The raise hand icon is at the bottom of your screen and looks like a hand. And *9, if on the telephone, will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to provide a comment during this public hearing. And at this time, there are no hands raised.
Thank you, clerk. And members of the public, again, this is the time for you to be heard at this public hearing. And you have one more opportunity to address here the board before we make a decision on this. So anybody wanting to be heard at this public hearing at this time, Clerk Daly?
At this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you so much. And at this time, we do close the public hearing. And I'm going to open this up to board comments before we entertain a motion. Any comments of the board with regards to this matter? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Jay, just to note, and I see it in the applicant or in our staff report, conditions associated with the fire-wise, it's still a component within. This does not remove those conditions that we have put out there. Is that correct?
Yeah, Chair Horstman and Supervisor Ryan, that's correct. Those are conditions of approval for every subdivision per our updated subdivision ordinance from, I guess it was about 5 years ago now. So that's a condition of approval for everything.
Right. But, now that we're dealing with public safety associated with fire, just making sure that it's noted that they are still intact. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we have a copy of that resolution before us with the strikeouts and the requirement that the property owner shall obtain and maintain fire service from Summit Fire Department or Fire District, I should say, or other approved fire service providers, or as otherwise approved by the Community Development Director. So please note that change there in the resolution, because that's quite frankly what's before us here this evening. So any other comments or questions? Then at this time, and Supervisor Ryan, this is in your district, isn't it?
No, Madam Chair, it's over in Supervisor Begay's district.
All right, Supervisor Begay, would you like to make the motion on the possible action to approve resolution 2022-14 and approving case number SUB 21-03, a request for preliminary subdivision plat amendment to remove condition 6 requiring annexation into Summit Fire District from the conditions of approval of the 22 lot Tall Tales Ranch subdivision SUB-20-008. Supervisor Begay, and you are on mute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be honored to do the motion. Make a motion that we approve resolution 2022-14, including case number SUB-21-030, a request for a preliminary subdivision plat amendment to remove condition 6 requiring annexation into the Summit Fire District from the conditions of approval of the 22 lot Tall Tales Ranch subdivision SUB-20-008.
Madam Chair, I'll second the motion.
Now I'm doing it, and we got a second by Supervisor Ryan. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, and before you call for the vote, just noting that, the one particular finding that's very important here is that assuring that public health and safety is achieved based on the testimony and the staff report and the commission's review of this. I believe that's finding can be made and has been covered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, and thank you for that comment. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor of approving the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objection or any abstention? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. All right. Well, Thank you very much, and we really appreciate those that came before us. Mr. Palmer, thank you so much for being here this evening and for presenting on this.
Thank you.
So members of the board, we have before us our long-awaited presentation and discussion and possible action to approve Resolution 2022-16, adopting a supervisory redistricting map. And I want you to note that this is also indicated as a possible executive session for advice from the legal counsel. Our outside legal counsel, Jose Rivera, is with us this evening. If we choose to go into any executive session at any time during the discussion or review or action on this item, he will be with us and we can entertain a motion to go into executive session. We don't need to, but he is there in case we do need to, or you have questions to be asked. This has been something we have been working on since at least September. And I know it has taken a tremendous amount of time, not only from the board, but from our staff. And before we proceed, I just want to once again indicate our great, I know I speak for all members of the board when I say this, all of the patience, the thoroughness, the review, the thoughtfulness of our staff in helping to prepare us for this redistricting process and to work with us with regards to the creation of the 5 maps that we have reviewed and are before us this evening. So again, I want to thank members of our staff. You all have just been rock stars on this. And thank you so much for your patience. I know it hasn't been easy. Hasn't been easy for any of us. And just thank you so much. At this time, County Manager Peru, I am turning this over to you to start with and to give us the overview here for the board. And after that, I would then like to address the process for the board going forward for discussion and action. So I'm going to turn this over to you, County Manager, at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to go through a few slides and then I'm going to ask Sue Brown to go over the agenda materials that have been included in your packet as well as the public's packet as well. So if we can start the first slide, please. And Lindsay, are you sharing for us?
No, but I can. Let me put it up real quick.
I apologize. I should have checked with you first before the evening.
Okay, let me make sure I have the
You
right
know,
one.
while she's trying to get this up, do we want to take a 5-minute break and let her get this up? And I keep forgetting to break. Oh, Supervisor Ryan is saying yes. So why don't we take a 5-minute break while she's getting this ready?
We'll be
So
right
thank
back.
you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thanks. Sorry about that, Lindsay. Apologize.
That's okay. I'll find it right now. I've got the PDF. I know the PowerPoint versions in my email. Hold on.
We can also promote Claire. She probably has it on her desktop too. If you,
Steve, I don't have the final one, but if you send it over, I can certainly share.
Claire, your volume is real low.
I apologize. I'll put my headset on.
Yeah.
I don't have the latest one, but if you send it to me, I can certainly share my screen.
Okay. We'll be going off what was in the agenda packet. So
Okay.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Can you see that okay? Is it on display setting or?
Yep, you're
Is
perfect.
that okay? Okay, great.
Appreciate it so much, and I apologize for not.
Oh, no problem. It took me a minute. OnBase turns everything into PDF, so I had to go back in my email and find the PowerPoint version.
Let me just double check on the. Can you also promote Margot Neff,
Yes, let me see here.
Janet Regner, Corey Ringenberg? And I think that would be it.
Lindsay, did you remind folks who get the panelist radial
Yeah,
dial?
exactly. They've got to accept the promotion. They may be running to the restroom or something, so I'm going to watch it. I think we got everybody. I think we got everybody moved over now.
We're good. Okay. Quite a crew here. Jose, are you there?
He was on screen just a moment ago.
Can we just do a mic check to make sure you're coming across okay, Jose?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Your volume is good.
I was just eating some nuts and I didn't want you to see.
No, your volume is good. We just wanted to double check to make sure if you need to make a comment that you're loud and clear. So thank you.
All right, I'm on.
Yeah, you can go back to your snack.
All right, are we ready?
We're ready, Madam Chair.
Very good. Thank you so much. And at this point, I'm going to turn off my mic and we're going to turn this over to you, County Manager, and go through this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This evening, as the chair has indicated, is presentation and discussion and action to approve a resolution to adopt a redistricting map. And then also, if needed, to adjourn into an executive session, and that again, that is needed. I want also to remind the audience that that tonight is not slated as a public hearing. The public input process that we have been following provided for 4 public input sessions rather, and then tonight was reserved for board deliberation. So just a reminder to our staff and to our public as well. I'm going to go through a series of slides, and so Lindsay, if you can go to the next slide, please. So today or tonight's agenda is review of our redistricting process that we've been using for 21 and 22, since the process has spanned into 22 from 21, of course, including the public input meetings. The board supervisors approved process, the list of outreach that staff did accomplish, as well as board members. Each of you within each of your districts did considerable outreach and awareness to the public as well. Board approved criteria for the redistricting guidelines. And then from there, the development of maps, draft maps was part of the process. As you know, tonight we're presenting we're presenting not for the first time, because these were the 5 scenarios that were presented to the public that were given the support from the board initially to go to the public, the 5 versions of the mapping scenarios. A review of public comment, total number of comments. And so I do want to make a quick update on that. So on the slide here, it shows 60 comments and questions that had 37 pages of text. Tonight, as of 6 o'clock, we are up to 102 comments total with over 63 pages of text. So considerable public input has been provided to the county. And so again, updating the figure, 102 from the 60 that you see on the screen. In addition to that, the updated public comments were posted to the county website at 6 p.m., as well as the updated information from the comments were sent to each of you in an email just at 6 o'clock this evening. So it's as current as possible with regard to the public comment portal has been open throughout up until this evening. From there, board discussion on maps, criteria and reasoning. And so as the board is deliberating and comes to conclusion, it'll be important that as you discuss your feedback on the maps, that ultimately, similar to what we would be doing in a planning and zoning type of meeting, you would be delivering findings, and the findings, of course, would be in sync with the guidelines that were used that the board adopted back in 21. So again, your findings will be patterned with the guidelines that the board adopted in 21. And then finally, of course, consideration and motion of the resolution that would be establishing the supervisory district boundaries for Coconino County is the ultimate action. Quickly, the chronology: September 21, final data was released from the U.S. Census Bureau. And from there, in September 21, the board adjusted precinct boundaries to streamline the administration of election for 2022 based on legal requirements in statute. And this process by statute was to be completed by October 1st of 2021. Credit and acknowledgement to our county recorder, Patty Hansen, who helped shepherd and drive this particular part of the process. From there, October through December of 2021, what was occurring at the same time is the state, through the Independent Redistricting Commission, was doing their work on congressional and legislative districts, at which time the county paused our work so that the IRC could continue their work because of the impact that congressional and legislative lines would ultimately have on county lines. January 22, the county, we did resume our activity with review and revisions of scenarios based on changes that occurred because of legislative and congressional lines being drawn. And so quickly, when congressional and legislative lines are drawn, they are then overlaid over county precincts. And in those cases where they do not align, a split of a precinct occurs. And so those lines, again, that once they're laid down, they do have the impact of splitting our precincts, and we have to make adjustments based on that. And so that's what occurred at this time. February 2022, the board adjusted our precinct lines, as I just indicated, based on what happened with the Independent Redistricting Commission. And then March of 22, virtual public hearings were held to gain input on mapping scenarios. And then tonight, this evening, the board will be adopting the lines for the county board of supervisors that are also used by the Coconino Community College District. Next slide. Again, for the benefit of the public tonight, the board of supervisors are responsible for creating supervisory districts pursuant to guidelines established in state and federal law. And again, the community college and the board of supervisors share the identical same 5 districts. And so that part of the process is included in your action tonight. The resolution that's adopted by the board will also be utilized by the community college district. 2020 population in Coconino County, 145,101. Dividing that by the 5 districts that the Coconino County has, we end up with a target population of 29,020. And then from there, We do have by federal law the ability to deviate 5% plus or minus. And so when we look at the max range for districts, it can be no larger than 30,471. And on the other end, the districts cannot be less than 27,569. So that is the range that we speak to in terms of the 5% plus or minus. Next slide. Arizona state law, the Board of Supervisors must meet at the county seat on or before December 1st following the release of the census. And so I've highlighted December 1st because that did not occur this year. Because of COVID, the census was delayed. And with that, it delayed all of the processes, but had we not had COVID, all of the processes that were presented tonight, the public input process, all of this would have been completed by December 1st. And so certainly COVID has created a very large change in what would normally have happened in any given year. So this decennial census data that was provided to us that we did utilize, from there we divided into the 5 districts based on Coconino County's population. We have a 5-district Board of Supervisors. I think 1 or 2 of the smaller counties in Arizona have 3 members, but Coconino County has 5. And you can see the statute is self-explanatory here. The next slide. Federal, of course, federal law is also plays heavily into our work at the local level, 1 person, 1 vote. And I'll just read for the record, the Equal Protection Clause demands no less than substantially equal state legislative representation for all citizens of all places, as well as of all races. By holding that a federal constitutional requisite, both houses of a state legislature must be apportioned on a population basis, meaning that the Equal Protection Clause requires that a state make an honest and good faith effort to construct districts in both houses of its legislature, and again highlighted as nearly of equal population as practical. So again, the same applies at the county level, and that is why we utilize the total population divided by 5 in order to get that equitable representation within the 5 county districts here in Coconino County. Next slide. Voting Rights Act of 1965. This is a reference to Section 5. Section 5 was enacted to freeze changes in election practices in covered jurisdictions until the proposed changes were determined to have neither discriminatory purpose or effect. Arizona, state of Arizona and Coconino County are covered jurisdictions with regard to the Voting Rights Act. But however, in 2013, the Shelby litigation led to the finding that the criteria for determining covered jurisdictions was unconstitutional. So Section 5 was taken away, was eliminated. And in the past, what we would be doing under Section 5, compiling all of the information, the voting activity in the past, the actual changes, the maps, all of our public input processes, all of this would be packaged and sent to the Department of Justice for Section 5 pre-clearance. Since pre-clearance is no longer required, that of course then did not require the county to do that as well. However, the next slide, please. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does apply. So no voting qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure shall be imposed or applied by any state or political subdivision to deny or abridge the right of any citizen of the United States to vote on account of race or color. Arizona, of course, is our state. Counties in Arizona are political subdivisions of the state, and therefore Section 2 applies to Coconino County specifically. Next slide. Guidelines. So guidelines for redistricting, you will see the timestamp on this reflects March 22nd of 2011. These were the guidelines that were used back in the 2011 redistricting process. In 2021, we took these same guidelines to the Board of Supervisors, and based on direction from the board, we utilized the same guidelines for the for this redistricting process that we're doing tonight. So again, staff direction from the board was to continue to utilize these guidelines. I will read them for the record. Draw districts of equal population based on census data to ensure one person, one vote. A deviation from that standard by 5% is permitted, but less deviation is better. Number 2, do not dilute the voting strength of racial and language minority groups. Preserve the ability of majority minority districts to elect representatives of their choice. When considering the ability of districts to elect minority representatives, the voting age population should be considered rather than, but in this case we use both, just census numbers. And so we do utilize voting age population data in the development of mapping scenarios. Number 3, preserving of communities of interest is key in redistricting processes nationwide. So communities of interest are an important consideration and were an important consideration in the development of the mapping scenarios. Number 4, districts must be compact and contiguous, use census block boundaries as district boundaries and do not split voting precincts. And again, the mapping scenarios that staff did compile and provide to the board, which then from there, the board approved for public input, followed this particular guideline in not splitting precincts and then using census blocks as building blocks for the mapping scenarios. Number 5, maintain traditional geographic and political boundaries. 6, do not create a substantial long-term negative effect on a specific political party. Political parties should have a fair chance to influence the political process. 7, base the new map on existing districts to the extent possible. And then the last one, when drawing district boundaries, take into consideration or take into account current incumbents, and that has been done. Again, the public input sessions were held on these dates, March 12th, the 17th, the 23rd, and the 29th. Our website has been open throughout the entire process, coconino.az.gov/redistricting. And then the next slide, please. Our public input sessions were also recorded for the public to go back and replay on YouTube. And we have the information here on the supervisory redistricting label to use to click. So again, all of our sessions have been recorded. And then from there to this evening, the 5 scenarios that were provided to the public for input, C, D1, D2, E, and F. And then, as I indicated, for this evening, your deliberation will conclude in a motion to adopt resolution 2022-16, and it will be revised to include the specific scenario that the board does approve for consideration. And then, Madam Chair, if I could, I'd like to ask Sue Brown to quickly go over the material in the packet as well as the public outreach portion of the process.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. That'd be great.
Sue?
Thank you, County Manager, and thank you, Madam Chair and the board. In addition to a staff report, which is traditional for us to enter packets for consideration for a board meeting, we have also included the PowerPoint that you just saw in the packet. And I do want to say, Madam Chair, that any member of the public can access these materials easily by going to the Coconino County website at coconino.az.gov. And on that front page, you just go down a little bit and you'll see map packets and Board of Supervisors meetings. And if you click that, you can easily find the link to get all of the materials I'll mention. So the PowerPoint that you just saw, in addition to that, you'll see the draft resolution 2022-16, which will be used tonight. And then you will find the whole redistricting map packet that we have used throughout this process. That includes the 5 scenarios that were under consideration for public input and all of the adjacent information regarding those, including demographics and additional information on each one of the scenarios. Then there is the virtual public outreach presentation that we used in those public meetings and all of the materials there. Then there is a document that is titled Redistricting Outreach, which lists all of the outreach that Coconino County did over the process of redistricting to all of the communities of the county. Each one is listed, and articles are included in the packet as well of any of the media articles that were done. In addition to that, every page of the public input and all of the public input comments that County Manager Peru mentioned are included in there. And at this time, as he mentioned, we have 63 pages of input, 102 total comments, with the last ones coming in 7 comments today on the 12th. Were included. Then we have updated that packet to the clerk of the board, so it will be put into the packet for posterity and sent copies to each member of the board as well. As I said, we also have all of the media articles in there, and have updated the packet itself with any new materials that came in today. So, Madam Chair, that is the packet that will go into the record and be a part of this agenda for the record, as long as retention schedules require.
Very good. And as will, of course, all the comments that have come in, the written comments and the comments that we have. So thank you so much. And that's so important. Thank you. All right. And so at this time, I know we have our independent attorney, Jose Rivera, with us. And I know, Jose, you have been involved in looking at the process and procedures that we've utilized, as well as the maps, and I am asking you to provide your input and legal opinion with regards to this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will not go through each and every point that Steve and Sue have brought up. It'll take another hour and a half. No, I wouldn't do that to you. I have reviewed like all the material you stated and everything else, and we have determined, based on a review, that all the scenarios, all the process you made, and all the procedures that you made, and everything you've done up until right now meets United States and Arizona constitutional standards and any other legal standards that are available that are required under Arizona state law and United States law.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We appreciate that. And I think that makes we appreciate all the efforts of the staff and of you to make sure we're doing it right. We want to make sure we dotted our I's and crossed our T's. So thank you so much for that.
Not a problem. Thank you for asking me to review this.
Thanks. So members of the board, right now is our time. If you have any questions on the process or procedures, I'm going to tell you that once we go through any questions you might have, and I know we've gone through this so many times before, you may not have one, but afterwards, I am going to go to each individual supervisor, starting with District 2 and working on down numerically, for each individual supervisor to go through the maps and the criteria for each map and to provide his or her analysis on their criteria for these maps and talk about where the maps do or do not meet the criteria. And lastly, for each board member then to go through his or her analysis and closing comments on the maps or map that they believe meets the requirements on our criteria and meets the best interest and needs of our county. Once we have gone through each individual supervisor's review and, quite frankly, creating a record on the maps and on the criteria they utilized and on their preferred map, then afterwards, we will entertain some discussion with the board. And soon thereafter, I will entertain a motion to accept the resolution. We have a draft resolution that's been presented to us. Obviously, it's a draft, and we need to, once we have a motion, need to determine what map and what scenario we are going to propose, or somebody will propose in that motion, in that resolution, to go forward. And then we'll have, of course, a motion and a second and a vote. So with that, I'm going to take us back. The first thing is, do we have any questions or comments with regards to the process? After this, we will then go into each individual board member's analysis. Supervisor Fowler, I see you've bubbled up, so you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I request that we go into executive session.
We have a motion for executive session. And I assume it's for advice from legal counsel. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll go ahead and second the motion, Madam Chair.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any objection for executive session? Any abstention? Then it passes, and we will at this time go into executive session. Members of the board, we do have, I believe, was sent to us earlier from Lindsay, an executive session. I'm trying to see when it was sent. And hopefully you've got it. So as you know, we're going to need to leave this meeting. Please leave it. And then find your executive session link, which is a Teams link, and let's meet in executive session. And we have our legal counsel, I believe, is got the link as well, and will be able to join us. Jose, you'll be able to join us in executive session here in just a few minutes.
Unless I screw it up somehow, yes.
But we could all say that, but hopefully we'll all be in executive session here in a minute. Thank you. Let's leave this meeting, please. County Manager, I see we have Supervisor Begay is back. I think we have Supervisor Vasquez is back. Matt Ryan is back and Lena Fowler is back. Do we have everybody we need from the staff back here in open public meeting?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are all present and accounted for.
Thank you. And members of the public, we're back. We are still on item number 16. We are here on the adopting the supervisory redistricting map. We had just gone through a fairly extensive outline on the process and procedure from both County Manager Peru and Deputy County Manager Sue Brown. And we went into executive session for advice from legal counsel. We are now back out and we are going forward. Members of the board, the question I was asking is, does anybody have any questions with regards to the process or procedures that were outlined by our county manager or deputy county manager? Seeing none. Or Supervisor Ryan, are you bubbling up?
I'm bubbling up just so each time we hit the new phase, remind us, that kind of thing. I got them, but I'm trying to keep them in this brain that's been going all day long. So appreciate that. Thank you. But I do understand from what I remember.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I appreciate that vote of confidence there. Let's move on. And members of the board, as I indicated, I'd like to go through each individual board member. This isn't a public hearing or anything like that. This is a decision of the Board of Supervisors, and it is our responsibility to make this decision. We have gone out for an extensive public review and comments, which we so appreciate. All the members who took time of the community who took time to be able to provide comment or attend one of our hearings. And now I'd like to go through each individual board member to state with specificity on going through their review of the maps and our criteria that we adopted and where they stand on the maps and their analysis. And if they're at this time able to come out with a map or maps that they believe they want to bring forward for consideration and a motion, to please let us know that as well. I said I was going to go in numerical order, and Vice Chair Vasquez, would you mind starting us off on this?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board and community. Our county will be shaped by this decision we make tonight. And I've thought long and hard about District 2 and its history, its people, and its importance to Coconino County. This is a decision I took to heart and weighed all the options. It's been difficult as our population has grown in certain areas and not in others. And I want to start off by giving thanks to everybody for their public comments, for the community who have attended our public input sessions and given us their input. I've gone through each map and looked at the potential changes to the district boundaries, as well as the effects across the entire county. What I know is that no one will be able to get every single item needed for each district. I welcome and look forward to the discussion that we have. And I'd like to outline the reasons why I came to my preferred map. So I'm just going to go through map by map and just talk about pros and cons of each. So I'll start with map C. Some of the cons that I see from map C is that map C will add an entirely new rural area to District 2. This area has never been associated with District 2 and would impact the compactness of the district and expands beyond prior map configurations. In addition, adding Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes to District 2 dilutes the Latino and minority vote in District 2. Although it is a rural area, most of the population are second homeowners. Giving Fernwood Timberline up to add Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes is not the same type of rural community. In other words, they're not swapping similar or like communities. The pros, the one pro that I see from map C, that it would give District 2 some rural character, but as mentioned before, not in the same manner as Fernwood Timberline, as the southern rural areas have other priorities and are not part of the guidelines to maintain a rural character as part of the guidelines that we set as a board. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about the cons in map D1. D1 for District 2 is unacceptable because it shrinks District 2 into the smallest footprint and takes away, in particular, precinct 19 or Fox Glen area. It removes all of the south of the 40, specifically precinct 19, which has traditionally been part of District 2, and it disrupts the 4th Street connection with the potential growth going over the next 10 years. The pros with D1 is that it does fit the guidelines, but for the overview of District 2, it takes away too much opportunity for population growth. And so for that reason, I'm not in favor of D1, excuse me. Map D2 splits, I'm not in favor of or have the cons that it splits Grand Canyon, Havasupai, and Tucson community interests. And again, also District 2 would lose precinct 19, which is a possible population center, and would lose that as an opportunity for growth. D2 pros would give District 5 population by adding Ferdwin Timberline, providing District 5 a population center needed for future growth. Next, Map E. I'm not in support of Map E, as this, again, like C, will add an entirely new rural area to District 2 that has never been associated with District 2 and would impact the compactness of the district and expands beyond the prior maps. Again, adding Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes would dilute the character of the Latino minority vote. As mentioned before, the difference between giving up Fernwood Timberline is not an even swap with adding Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes, since they're not the same type of rural communities. And then finally, Map E takes away Swiss Manor and the Mobile Haven communities. Mobile Haven is a factor of the Latino minority vote and would be sorely missed in District 2 should it be removed. The pros for E would be that it gives District 5 population by adding the Grand Canyon, but this ends up breaking up the major community of interest of Grand Canyon, Tucson, and Havasupai. So next I'll go on to Map F. Map F cons, all maps have similar impacts politically, except in District 3. In District 3, Map F is the most blatant to show the lack of competition. This is just a function of the population growth in District 3. However, the pros for Map F are that District 5 is the most minority district, with District 4 as a runner-up. District 4 has a sizable footprint on the Navajo Nation, and that population should have the opportunity to vote for a Native American representative. Of all maps, F meets this criteria the best. I'm in support of maintaining the Grand Canyon and Havasupai to keep them whole. This is a historical community of interest that should reside together. Then precinct 19, which would remain in District 2 as part of Map F, is a population growth center. It connects 4th Street entirely and connects John Wesley Powell Road. This would help District 2 to not stay landlocked if we grow more over the next 10 years. It also would unite the flood area to one district rather than split between two. Due to the closure of the Navajo Generating Station and other factors, we need a population center in District 5, and that is by adding Ferdwood Timberline. This community is on track to expand by population over the next 10 years, and this is shown in scenario F. Finally, Map F gives back Blue Ridge and Forest Lakes to District 3, which have previously been part of District 3. And traditionally, the south part of NAU has been part of District 3. Map F would maintain NAU in the south part of NAU in District 3, excuse me. So I'm in favor, most favor of Map F for those reasons that I've mentioned so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. And now we're going to go to Supervisor from District 3, Matt Ryan.
All right. Am I coming across okay?
You are doing great. We hear you great.
Suddenly it seemed like it was a vacuum and I disappeared.
And by the way, your mute button is not even on, so it's just perfect.
Oh, that's right. I don't know a quarter for that or anything like that. I think the pattern trending differently to some other district representative. So anyway, a very important matter that we do have before us tonight. And our decision actually will affect those who we represent and or future representatives for the next 10 years. And so important. This is my third redistricting, and so been through it, seen the cause and effect associated with it. Respect for all of my supervisors. Everybody's got their passion out there because they've built relationships. By the same token, when you have population modifications, it does cause a redraw. You end up losing those that you've found to be dear to you, and you end up sometimes gaining populations. So historically and continuing, District 3 needs to lose population. And so how do you keep communities whole? And as does District 1, District 2, it needs to shift populations because District 4 and District 5 need to gain populations. So how do we accommodate all of our guidelines? I will note, we are under COVID. Our full intention was to go out there and have meetings. If anything, there's a weakness in that we had an intent to do that. People wanted to do that. And it's hard to communicate to everybody. Try as you may, you just can't reach everybody. But as society adapts, electronic means seems to be the primary means of communication, and particularly through our portal, not during our public hearings. We had very few comments during our public hearings. So redistricting. For number one, draw districts of equal populations based on census data with a deviation of plus or minus 5%, one person, one vote. Our staff worked on that, and every map that was put out there achieved that objective. You can see the numbers if you go to the record and take a look at that. And so the next item that is near and dear to us is do not dilute the voting strength of racial and language minority groups. Preserve the ability in majority minority districts to elect representatives of their choice. When considering the ability of districts to elect minority representatives, the voting age population should be considered rather than just the census populations. And I will note that we did so. First and foremost, consideration of Voting Rights Act has been both from a legal as well as, and rightly, a form of social perspective to not suppress a vote of our minority populations. Our modeling and past redistricting efforts to this current effort for this process has been to start with these objectives established in our guidelines to assure that we achieve this objective. We place so much priority in doing so, and that will affect all the other districts. And it's written into our own community, our own, county priorities. These objectives have been achieved for District 5, a federally recognized majority minority district legally, and in District 4 and District 2, both minority populations of significance, Native American for District 4 and Hispanic or Latino for District 2, again, which are important to representing the diversity of our cultures. This has been achieved in all scenarios with a slight variation of population to attempt to balance those objectives. And noted, we started with that and placed priority there. Map D1 slightly favors Hispanic populations at 23.6% versus a 23.1% shift in populations. That occurs in District 2. And Map F slightly favors the Native American numbers in District 4 districts with minority populations of significance. And District 5 numbers are the same in both maps for districts designated as minority majority district. During our meeting on March 8th, we addressed concerns with Map D to address this concern, creating D1 and D2, discarding map D. This was achieved by shifting the precincts of Navajo Mountain and Inscription House from District 5 into District 4 to bolster District 4's populations. In all cases, we consider voting age populations. To achieve our objectives, but also to address earlier testimony raised, we sought legal counsel to assure that our maps met the constitutional requirements. Other concerns related have already been accommodated by our consistent practice of drawing boundaries, recognizing chapter boundaries. In fact, we have done so historically. So going to our third guideline, preserve communities of interest. Map D and Map F, and I will note, I'm going to speak predominantly to D and F, where we've received most of our input from the public, as well as looking at input while looking at our guidelines and hearing from communities. It helps establish the framework for our own guidelines based on populations of interest that commented. So in this, Map D and F, as noted in public testimony, preserves communities of interest together as it relates to the Grand Canyon, South Rim, the Havasupai, Hualapai, Tusayan, Flagstaff, as well as hearing from Williams and the international economic draw connecting Sedona and Oak Creek Canyon. There's enough testimony citing these strong links. Map D1 and F keep Native American communities of interest well represented in District 5 and District 4, and Hispanic populations well represented in District 2. During the March 8th, we moved Navajo Mountain and Inscription House into District 4 and District 5, and continued to represent the northern end. District 5 continues to represent the northern end of the county that shares ecotourism with the Golden Circle, with Utah, the North Rim, Fredonia, Page, Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, and Lake Powell. District 2 continues to maintain strong historic ties to the South Side and Sunnyside neighborhoods and in Flagstaff. Just noting that, and noting part of the public testimony, I'm very deeply concerned reading Sunnyside might not be included in the rest of Flagstaff on some of these scenarios, and noting Map C, and breaking up these historic communities that are traditionally have been found within District 2. Also noting that additionally, NAU is finally brought together as a community of visitors in District 2 and Map D1. Additionally, District 4 retains Donny Park, the gateway to the east of Flagstaff. District 1 continues to maintain historic communities and economic and government centers of downtown Flagstaff and the Highway 180 communities. And as noted, Tusayan, the Grand Canyon, Havasupai, Hualapai, and the adjacent Kaibab Estates. And in District 3, communities of interest include southwestern Flagstaff County, including Williams, Parks, Camp Navajo, and the western gateway of Flagstaff, and a shared economic corridor. The southern and southwestern communities, including Sedona, Oak Creek Canyon, Munns Park, Kachina Village, Mountaineer, up into Flagstaff communities on Lake Mary Road, and those of I-17, I-40, and West Route 66. These communities share ecotourism associated with the international draw of Sedona, up through Oak Creek Canyon, 889A and I-17 to the Grand Canyon and beyond. These communities are on a windward side of the county as a great risk to the wildfire and have been in evacuation or pre-evacuation multiple times with our wildfires that threaten our communities. They also share common watersheds. District 3 continues to be an area of highest growth in the county and will continue to do so, not only in the county, but especially in Flagstaff, noting the possible move of the hospital and the need of a representative to understand this. For the most part, all districts consider natural transportation corridors, which communities are naturally communities of interest, common shared shopping, commutes, work, school, and play. As noted in public discussion, Map D14 achieves these objectives and keeps communities of interest intact It consolidates NEU into a single community of interest, which has been long-term county objective, especially creating the opportunity to improve voting opportunities for our NAU populations. This is so important, as we have seen, have had an affront on such opportunities of late. Map D1 brings our military installations back together in a single district and under the joint land use study as recognized plan in our comprehensive plan. This is critical to protecting our military installations, the economy they create, and the coordinated efforts under dark skies. They include the Naval Observatory, Camp Navajo, and the Naval Optical Interferometer. Map F fractures communities of interest, particularly the military installations under JLUS. It also separates Bow and Arrow and Precinct 23 from Lake Mary communities, where Lake Mary communities began in Bow and Arrow and Precinct 23. It breaks up NAU, it breaks up Western Flagstaff communities, it fractures these communities of interest into multiple districts. I will also note that many of the comments, as they support Map F in order to keep Flagstaff, South Rim, and Grand Canyon, Tucson, and Havasupai together, seem to not understand that Map D1 also achieved this objective. And just noting an informal tally of what's been submitted, I had Tammy run numbers real quick. You had D1 had 47 folk coming, C had 6 against, D2 had 2, 4, and 5 against, E had 1, 4, and 6 against, F had 41, 4, and 4 against. So just in terms of the discussion and noting the comments as they came in, I felt as though there was a little bit of a gap in that understanding of the same implications applied to D1. Most of the argument was made to keep the Flagstaff, Havasupai, Grand Canyon, Tucson together for that. And each of those maps, both F and D1, achieved that objective. The Havasupai tribe, Grand Canyon National Park, and others recognized that maps D1 and F achieved the same objectives sought by these communities. Okay, 4, districts must be compact and contiguous. Rather than in my own words, I cite our former county recorder, Helen Hudgens Farrell, number 72 in the comments, who is quite familiar with the criteria, noting that map D1 keeps districts compact, especially District 2 and 3. Map D1 consolidates the university under one voice and accomplishes a county long-term goal to also assist and provide better coordination of voting at the university and ensures more compactness of District 2 as well as contiguity. D1 keeps the communities of Lake Mary Road contiguous and rather than fracturing the Bow and Arrow where these communities began, and blends them east with communities that are separated by geographic features and I-40 arterial roadways. Map D1 keeps Flagstaff southern communities between I-40 and I-17 and Woody Mountain Road, Fort Todd Hill, Lake Mary Road in a common district. It also unites newer communities of Presidio, Timber Sky, Flag Ranch, and others along the western gateway of Flagstaff, and it brings it together. It brings together military installations, as noted before, the Naval Observatory, Camp Navajo, and the Naval Optical Interferometer, all of which are included in the JLUS under one plan. I would note that map F fractures the Lake Mary communities, making them no longer contiguous. Map F fractures these communities and the university, the military installations, Western I-40 communities, and the Gateway of Flagstaff, the Western Gateway, and Woody Mountain Road communities, where there's a common interest related to future growth, as exemplified by the potential to move the hospital, where the need of a common voice of representation needs a single voice. Map F fractures these communities into 3 different districts, losing contiguity and compactness. Map C and E and D2 fracture communities of Havasupai, Grand Canyon, Tucson, Flagstaff, as well as Williams, and in the international ecotourism that is tied to Sedona and Oak Creek. The evidence provided in public testimony validates concerns related to these criterion as communities identify themselves and themselves as their communities of interest. Some in District 5 would have to drive completely around as far as Peach Springs and vice versa for the populations as well as the representation. Item number 5 in our criteria, maintain traditional geographic and political boundaries. Most of this is discussed in prior guidelines, as I noted. Public testimony explained the ties between the various communities. Map D1 keeps communities geographically and politically tied. As noted, fracturing bow and arrow and precinct 23 away from Lake Mary communities, as suggested in map F, would fracture these communities with traditional political boundaries, as well as military installations covered under the J. Lewis map and plan. Maps D1 and F, the Havasupai, Grand Canyon, Tucson, and Flagstaff, the geographic boundary of the canyon itself makes representation consistent with District 1 for the South Rim and District 5 for the North Rim. Public testimony by far expressed concerns to extend District 5 south, and it would create the barriers for these communities as well for the representative. 6, do not create a substantial long-term negative effect on specific political party. Political parties should have a fair chance to influence the political process. In District 3, the only district that is competitive, map D1, much more so than any other map, not only for recognized parties, but for others as well, achieves that objective. It's the most competitive. It is the most competitive map representing, giving the Republican edge over other by 81 and over Democratic by 287. Map F does so the least. I remind our board, when we proposed such a scenario to redistricting commission for federal and state redistricting, they did not listen not only to our efforts, but our constituents, and who felt that they were not listened to. Let's not make that same mistake. Item 7, base the new plan on existing districts to the extent possible. As best as possible and outlined in my earlier comments, this is achieved in map D1. When drawing districts to take account for current incumbents, we achieved this objective in all of the maps as staff provided. Madam Chair, those are my observations as I analyze our criteria in the process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, and thank you for your very complete analysis of the maps and the criteria. Really appreciate that. Next, we have Supervisor for our District 4 Supervisor Judy Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board and staff that are still on with us and the community that may be listening at this point in time. I just wanted to, I reviewed the maps and take into consideration the comments and other avenues we took in order to get, to where we felt comfortable with one of the 5 maps that the board had put together. So I used the guidelines for the redistricting and also the map. So for guideline number 1 is just using the 1 person, 1 vote and the standard deviation by 5%. The population, as you all know, is 145,101. We divided that by the 5 districts, which is 49,020. So the 5% standard deviation is 30,471 plus range, or a minus range is at 27,569. So all the maps met this criteria. The population by district in each of the scenarios are within this population range. Guideline number 2 is do not dilute the voting strength of racial and language minority groups. Majority minority districts can elect representatives of their choice. All 5 maps do not dilute the minority vote. It remains as majority minority districts. All 5 maps meets this constitutional requirement. However, D4 is the 2nd largest Native American voting population, and I want to maintain my footprint on the Navajo Nation. Therefore, I favor maps that maintain that footprint on tribal lands, even though there is a population necessity for for me to give up Cameron and allow District 5 an increased population area within Cameron and Fernwood areas. Favor maps that add to that add to D4, District 4 from District 5, Navajo Mountain and Inscription House. It is important for me that my district keeps a strong Native American voter presence and maintain its footprint on the Navajo Nation. So lastly, so I feel at this point in time that the Navajo Nation population, voting population is shared by District 4 and 5, and plus map B1 and F meet this criteria. As far as preserving community of interest, maintaining importance of community of interest for South Rim and Supai, Tucson and Flag, there's a strong economic interest in which they are totally interrelated. South Rim Grand Canyon has been part of Flagstaff for centuries. Flagstaff is also dependent as well. Likewise, their needs are the same in economic development, tourism, education, employment. They also shop in Flagstaff. Therefore, South Rim, Grand Canyon, Supai, Tucson, Flagstaff are all completely interconnected in regards to community of interest. For District 4, there is a combination of Navajo tribal land, Hopi tribal land. It's rural-based and in the southern part of the district reaches into Flagstaff. It is important to maintain my footprint on the reservation, as I stated before, with the possibility of Cameron going to District 5. All 5 districts will be part of the Coconino County to ensure that all 5 districts are representing Coconino County as a whole. And then for guideline number 4, district must be compact and contiguous and do not split voting precincts. District 1, 4, and 5 are very large districts. District 3 is a little less, and District 2 is very compact. Flagstaff is a center district. 3 rural districts change the nature of District 2. All 5 maps do not split voting precincts, but map C and E substantially changes District 2 from a compact district to rural parts of the county. Nothing in common in District 2 for that. For guideline number 5, maintain traditional geographic and political boundaries. Some of the maps don't do this, especially any maps that removes the South Rim from Supai and Tucson and City of Flagstaff doesn't meet the standard, and map C, E2 and E removes the South Rim from Tucson and Val and Flagstaff, which is not within the standard, but D1 and F keep the communities together. Number 6, do not create long-term negative effect on specific political party. All parties should have a fair chance to influence the political process. Most of the maps maintains voting majority party in approximate same percentage, except map F, which possibly increases Republican to D3. D3 is somewhat mostly a Republican district. Number 7, base a new plan on existing districts to the extent possible. There is no reason to remove Grand Canyon from D1, and that substantially harms the representation of these communities in D1. I oppose map C, D2, and E. Also, map C and E change these district boundaries in District 2 by adding through rural areas, again, changing the nature of the district overall. And then number 8, when drawing district boundaries, take into account current incumbents. There is a need to allow District 5 a way into a sizable population center. Therefore, I gave up Cameron, even though I want to continue to represent my constituents in that area. It is important to maintain my footprint, again, to include Navajo Mountain and Inscription House in order to be part of District 4. Fernwood will allow D5 to meet its population for now and the future. So in scenario D1, I mentioned that one, it would have Navajo Mountain come into District 4 and Inscription House, and then Cameron, Gray Mountain to District 5, Mormon Lake to District 3. And then scenario F, same thing, Navajo Mountain will be coming into District 4, Inscription House to District 4, and then also Mormon Lake, Blue Ridge, Forest Lakes would go to District 3, and Cameron would go to District 5. So of both of these maps, I feel that map F is the one that I feel that is the best map that I could see, and as looking at everything all together, the comments and all the meetings that we had and all the maps that we've been having and having to look at and be critiquing everything that was coming our way. And so I just wanted to say, I just wanted to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to speak to this redistricting as far as how I feel about which of the maps I support. So I support map F. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay, for your thoughtful comments. And we are District number 5, Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you all. I'd like to just thank the staff for organizing and coordinating and managing this whole process. Steve, you've done a great job, you and your team. So, and trying to, developing the maps, and our attorneys and the staff that, our attorney and team from there as well. And just like to thank all the public as well for participating and trying to provide input. Redistricting began with the census count 2020. 2020 census was interfered with. There were delays. COVID happened. We were in the pandemic. So it ended early. And so our population count, I question how much if we counted everyone in our county. So I just think that it had a great influence over our redistricting process that we're going through right now. So our population may have been higher, and may have been higher in certain communities, and it just didn't really the most impact were the minority population within our county. In this redistricting process, I think that we're still in a pandemic. There's still shutdowns that are happening. So we end up just having to do it virtually. We say that we went out to all the communities, but when you are not technology, if you're not really have the technology, or if you don't have connectivity, you don't have access, you're not going to be able to provide the input. So I believe that there is a disadvantage there as well. We have comments that have come in, and all of them, majority of them, 90% of them are all from Flagstaff. We have only 2 comments from the Navajo Nation. And those comments really were about roads. We had to have the Havasupai that sent their comment in. So, when we think about treating everyone equally and making sure everyone has a say as to how, and understanding exactly what the process is and what these maps mean for the next 10 years. I have to say that we did not reach and were not able to hear from the public, some of the public that needed to be heard. So with that, we have the maps that we have. We're at the decision point, so we have to go with what we have. And once again, people with access have a greater voice than people that do not have access or speak English or write English. So those are the comments I'm going to start with. The maps that are before us, we have looked at them, we have analyzed them, and each of the supervisors have gone through each of the criteria that we went through. that we set out. We have the population, which, and we divided that equally. So each of the maps pretty much meet all of that criteria. So we have the minority, majority, we want to really protect that. And that's where we have to really look at the numbers. And when you look at the numbers, you're looking at the total voting population. When you look at District 4, the most population gain in the Native American is in map 5. But you also have in map D1 and D2, you also have an increase in the population of Native American and the Hispanic and Latino vote. Then map 5 has the most, or map F has the most, that is the voting of your representative, the most competitive. So in map F, it is the most disadvantage in map F for the having the equal and trying to make sure that we have a competitiveness. All the other maps pretty much meet that criteria, except for we have map C, map E. They're over. They are a little high, but map D and 1, they're pretty much the same. They are exactly the same. The only difference between D1 and D2, and there was a whole description about how at the military base, all of the advantages of those maps, which Supervisor Ryan really described nicely. The only difference between the map D1 and D2 is that the Grand Canyon is in South Rim is in District 5. And District 5 has the North Rim, also has the Cameron community. Cameron Navajo Nation is very much connected to Grand Canyon. Our conversations, the letters that have come in, the comments that have come in, have only talked about the Havasupai. Grand Canyon is connected to Cameron and the Navajo Nation. The Colorado River is connected. Our culture and the sacred sites are all connected to Grand Canyon. The South Rim, they talk mostly about economic and the community of interest in terms of economy, tourism. And yet there is a community right there that is directly connected as well. And the economy is there. Many of the Native workers are Navajos that work in the South Rim. So when you think about the economy, when you think about cultural community of interest, it may be a different perspective, but it is there with the Navajo Nation as well as that connection with the South Rim. So it's not just this Havasupai that is connected with the South Rim. And so I would make that comment about that. So we're talking about community of interest. Majority, all of the maps, or the maps except for E is, except for map E is only map E does not separate Timberline and Donny Park. Community of interest, they are directly connected. We have the area plan, we have the flood district, the Schultz fired flood zone there. We have, and it's over the summit, it's directly connected to Flagstaff. And so, you know, you would think that you want to have the Donny Park and Timberline and Fernwood together. But there were a few comments that came in regarding that. So the ruralness of District 5 is now within Flagstaff when you look at these maps. So that the economy, the ruralness of District 5 is what is the character, and that is part of our statement here, where we say that we want to keep try to keep the maps as is, traditional geographic and political boundaries. So that's how I look at it. And district map F, really, when you really look down in the Flagstaff area, the communities are fragmented in map F, as it was mentioned. So that's something that we have to really consider. But then again, I think that one has the most Native American population. But when you look at the map D2, you have District 5 into Flagstaff, and District D1 and D2, District 2, they're the same. All the other districts except for 5 and District 1. So when I look at this and I looked at our own criteria, I look at District 2, District D2 to be a map that I would favor. Even, I really looked at E. That was my first choice when we first had this meeting, but it also really decreases the Native American population in District 4. So because of that, I would really look at district at map D2. And because the comments and the concern that I have heard, and for the community of interest from the Navajo population and from the communities there, it maintains and it has increased the Native American population as well as the Hispanic Latino. It keeps it the competitiveness, and it also, what the other thing it does is that it balances the population between the districts, because in D1 the district is District 1 is a lot higher than District 5, and if you go to District 2 or D2, then it balances it out a lot better. So those would be my comments for now. And so that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for your complete list of the maps and your comments. Appreciate that very much. So I would like to also make my comments on this and start out with a great thank you again to the staff, County Manager Sue Brown, Claire Harper, GIS staff, Lucinda Andriani, Trey Williams, I could go on and on. This has been a long and intense process, and thank you all for your hard work on this. I also want to thank the public who took an interest in this, from the Grand Canyon National Park to Tucson to Valley, from Supai, Fort Valley, Navajo, Flagstaff, Williams, Fernwood, Timberland, Kachina, really throughout Coconino County. And for those of you who took the time to attend one of our 4 meetings, who may have watched it on YouTube afterwards because you weren't able to attend one of them while it was going forward, and for the 102 written comments and emails that were made, again, from people all over Coconino County, I want you to rest assured that you were heard and each comment was read and considered. Although this is ultimately a board decision and a very, very difficult board decision, having an open and transparent process and hearing from you all is very important. And I want to thank you all for your involvement here in Coconino County. Together, we do build a better Coconino County. This is going to guide us for the next 10 years. And as Vice Chair Vasquez said, all of us have really thought long and hard about this decision. What I did is I went through our criteria that we adopted that are also part of the statutory and constitutional requirements. The first is for having districts of substantial equal population with a plus or minus deviation. All of our maps meet this criteria. It is really because of this criteria, this substantially equal population criteria, that we are here trying to do this redistricting. There is population changes in our district, primarily population losses within District 4 and 5, primarily 5, and population gains, especially in Districts 1 and 3. So we're trying our best to make a substantially equal population in the 5 districts throughout Coconino County. We also did not dilute the voting strength of racial minority groups. This is also a requirement by the Constitution and federal law. All of our 5 maps, in fact, maintain a strong opportunity to elect a district, let me backtrack. District 5 is our only majority minority district. Per the census and population needs, District 5 needed to increase its population numbers. However, all 5 maps for District 5 maintain a strong opportunity to elect a minority candidate. It's also important to take a look at District 4. Although it's not a majority minority district, it is and does have a sizable footprint of the Navajo Reservation and has a large Native American voting population. Currently, the supervisor for District 4 is also Navajo. It is important to maintain this footprint within the Navajo Reservation and to look at the voting population numbers for Native Americans to see if District 4 can maintain an opportunity to elect a Native American to the Board of Supervisors. Some maps are better at this than others, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. The third criteria that I looked at was to have districts that are compact and contiguous. Coconino County is an immense district. I think we all know that. All 5 maps create contiguous districts that do not split voting precincts. But I want to point out that maps C and E substantially change the compact nature of District 2. They change it from a tight community of neighborhoods in Sunnyside and East Flagstaff and add a rural part of Coconino County that has little in common with District 2. Number 4, when drawing district boundaries, take into account current incumbents. All 5 maps did take this into account. Number 5, maintain traditional geographic and political boundaries. And here is where some maps, again, did a better job on this than others. District 1, my district, traditional geographic and political boundaries have contained and included the South Rim, Precinct 59, with Supai, Precinct 60, and Tucson, 97, with the western precincts of the city of Flagstaff. I will talk about the overlapping communities of interest for these precincts within District 1 in a minute. But for now, addressing the traditional geographic boundaries, any map that removes the South Rim from its geographic and historic links to Supai and splits the village of Supai from its winter home at Supai Camp, located on the South Rim, or separates Supai, the Havasupai people, and the village of Supai from grazing lands in Tucson, does a disservice and negatively affects this small tribe's voice and political influence, as well as it removes it from its geographic homelands and grazing areas. Likewise, Tucson is a geographic front door to the South Rim. Tucson shares the same major roads into the South Rim. They share the same zip code. They share the same post office with the South Rim. They share the same forest, share the same watershed. They collaborate together on public safety and health. They share the regional aquifer together. And the Havasupai tribe has traditional access to Tucson's reclaimed water for Havasupai's rainwater allotment. Tucson and the National Park Service Fire Department support each other. Separating the South Rim and Tucson invalidates this important criteria of maintaining traditional geographic and political boundaries. Maps C, D2, and E create this separation, do not meet this criteria, and are not considered by me as maps for consideration for supervisory districts. Maps D1 and F meet this criteria by preserving the Grand Canyon South Rim with its geographic and political boundaries within District 1. D1 and F are the maps that I will talk about and am considering. I also want to talk a little bit about District 2's traditional geographic and political boundaries. District 2 has traditionally been a fairly compact, mostly urban, Flagstaff-centric district comprised of dense neighborhoods in the Sunnyside and East Flagstaff neighborhoods. As I said, maps C and E, which I am not considering, would turn this historic neighborhood into a much larger district and incorporate it into it for the first time, large rural communities that would substantially change the geographic and political boundaries of District 2. Therefore, once again, I do not believe that these maps are appropriate for our consideration. The sixth criteria we have is to base the new plan on existing districts to the extent possible. Once again, some maps are better at doing this than others. Since District 1 is my district, of course, I've concentrated on that. And for reasons as I've already stated, removing the Grand Canyon, the South Rim of the Grand Canyon from District 1 into District 5 does not maintain the existing integrity of District 1, nor is it justified as the small total population within the South Rim of the Grand Canyon does not justify removal to District 2 or District 5, I'm sorry, as District 5 needs an additional at least 2,700 in population to meet the minimum population requirement that has caused the reason for the redistricting in the first place. So the board and of course the staff needed to look elsewhere for this substantial population increase. Most of the maps, in fact, did take a look at the population increase that would be created in a population center that would be created by including Fernwood into map 5 or into District 5. This, of course, required that Cameron, currently in District 4, that Cameron would go to District 5, as would Fernwood. That would keep the contiguous districts for District 5 into District 5. Now, looking at the existing districts to the extent possible, once again, District 2, C&E completely changed the district, so I'm not considering that. Going on, District 4, in terms of maintaining its existing, although District 4 loses Cameron and District 4 map E also is not considered. So I'm not going to go through it. I have a long section on it, but I don't think we need to consider this. For District 3, map F does add Mormon Lake, Blue Ridge, and Forest Lake. I acknowledge that this does create change boundaries, substantially change boundaries for District 3. It takes it back to where District 3 was probably 10 years ago, but it's a change in the boundaries as it exists right now. The 7th criteria is do not create a substantial long-term negative effect on a specific political party. Should be pointed out that most of the maps maintain the historic political party /other/independent breakdown with slight reductions or increases in the parties due to an overall population increase or decrease by the district. But the proportionate party allocation remains approximately the same, all with the possible exception of District 3, as Supervisor Ryan pointed out, currently the most competitive district with Democratic, Republican, Independent votes. In this particular case, District 3 has been slightly more Republican, slightly more independent. Map F creates even more increase with the Republican Party and the Independent Party, but they all, including District 3, remains competitive. Should also be noted that both Democratic and Republican registration can be seen in District 4 and 5, reflecting the additions to their population. And in Districts 1 and 2, you see a reduction in Democratic and Republican registration because of the loss to population. However, the proportionate percentage of Republican and Democrat and Independent parties remains approximately the same. And last, but most importantly, is to preserve communities of interest. The requirement that the board draw substantially equal districts is mandatory. That's been done. The fact that we do not create or that we must preserve the majority minority district has also been met. But one very important criteria for me is the communities of interest. Keeping communities of interest together is important to maintain a neighborhood and to maintain common identities and common interests with a unified voice and having political power in integrated neighborhoods. Communities of interest include things such as common schools, school districts, roads, watershed, history, shopping centers, economic development, common health and safety concerns, emergency services, and common environmental concerns. We heard from across Coconino County on people's belief on these communities' interests and the need to keep these communities of interest together. Again, my district is District 1, and so I'm going to concentrate on that. The commenters for District 1 addressed the need to maintain the south rim of the Grand Canyon in District 1 and with its District 1 communities of the village of Supai, Tucson Valley, the ranch lands along Highway 180, and the western precincts of Flagstaff. They pointed that South Rim and Flagstaff are communities of interest And they talked about the connectiveness with the South Rim, with the Flagstaff communities. Longtime residents talked about the connection that went back from the beginning of Grand Canyon National Park, when horseback riders, wagons, and the Flagstaff train traveled between Flagstaff, Tusayan, and the South Rim. Longtime business owners discussed the communities of interest regarding tourism, the economy, and link for employees between Flagstaff and the South Rim. Many noted Flagstaff was where the Grand Canyon National Park workers go to town for entertainment, family, healthcare, education, shopping, and work. Others talked about the whole 180 corridor from Flagstaff to Grand Canyon Junction, as they want to be called now, as being important communities of interest for transportation growth and other social and economic ties. The superintendent of the Grand Canyon National Park provided comments noting the important community of interest between the South Rim and Flagstaff for healthcare, travel, services for the working poor, and other services that are based in Flagstaff that help the South Rim. He also stated that the rents in the park are also based on local community rents in Flag, and that a substantial employee population of the park live and work remotely from Flagstaff. The chair of the Havasupai Tribal Council, on behalf of the Tribal Council, also talked about the need to keep Supai with Flagstaff, noting that there's no high school on the Havasupai Reservation, and children need to attend school beyond 8th grade and stayed at the Flagstaff Kenlani dorms. They also noted the tribal members often travel to Flagstaff for shopping, working, and medical services. He noted that the tribe has tribal office space here in Flagstaff, which allows tribal members a presence and more easy access to the services and other needs that they get in need here from Flagstaff. Likewise, the mayor of Tusayan, along with the city manager, and along with the first mayor of Tusayan, along with Grand Canyon board members, and the chair of the Tusayan Sanitation and Fire District, provided comments regarding the need to keep the South Rim and Tusayan Valley in one district, and discussed the complete interconnection between these communities. These communities, as I've said, share the same zip code. They share the same post office. And I think that the comments that they make speak for themselves. So I won't have to read them again into the record because they're already part of the record. The Supai Tribal Chairman also addressed that the Board of Supervisors at one of its board meetings made it clear that tribal communities are not all the same. He outlined that tribal communities have their own unique history, culture, tradition, values, and concerns. It would be wrong to lump all Native Americans into one homogeneous grouping without recognizing the unique differences, history, and values of the 11 indigenous tribes that call the Grand Canyon their historic home. The chair of the Havasupai tribe stated, quote, "Our tribe has been connected to Grand Canyon National Park South Rim since time immemorial." Am I on, by the way? Good. All right. Since time immemorial. We were present in the region long before it was known as Grand Canyon National Park and the land taken from us. And we are proud of the relationship that we have formed with the federal agents stationed at Grand Canyon South Rim. We continue to work through issues to achieve our goals. One of these goals is maintaining access to our traditional cultural property in sites located in the Grand Canyon National Park. Another goal is the development and expansion of Supai Camp, and to partner with Grand Canyon National Park South Rim to establish Supai Camp. He concludes by stating, separating our tribal members living in the Supai Camp on the Grand Canyon South Rim from those living in Supai Village down in the canyon into different districts would be another act of injustice that continues the historic mistreatment of Havasupai people at the hands of government officials. Our people should remain together and know that we will be treated equally in the time of need. So in conclusion, the vast majority of the written statements and most of the comments provided during the hearings pertain to keeping the south rim of Grand Canyon in District 1 and to preserve the communities of interest between the south rim and its neighbors in Tusayan Valley, Supai, and the city of Flagstaff. There are two maps and only two maps that do this, and this is D1 and F. After listening to my colleagues, after listening to the comments, after reviewing the written comments, I believe that I know that I favor map F over D1 because of the following. For District 4, map F provides a more compact and contiguous district, and most importantly, maintains District 4's footprint on the Navajo Reservation, increases the Native American voter population, and creates an opportunity for District 4 to elect another Native American supervisor. As for District 2, map F retains Precinct 19 south of I-40. I believe Precinct 19 is an important part of District 2, as already outlined by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. And to keep it in the district is an important for its population growth area of District 2. We do not want to create another landlocked area where we're going to have population growth issues moving forward. Precinct 19 may also be home to an important future link to the John Wesley Powell Boulevard and a projected link to 4th Street in East Flagstaff. Map F also incorporates Precinct 10 into District 1, preserving that community of interest there in District 2. So for these reasons, and because we can't just keep things the way they were, I favor map F. And I know that it is hard for each one of us because we all represent our districts and the various communities in our district. And we are very proud of our representation and really hate losing any neighborhood from within our district. I am thankful that we will remain the supervisors for our districts as they are currently drawn until after the fall 2024 election cycle. And with that, I conclude my remarks and I support map F. Are there any other comments that the board members would like to make before we consider a vote on this matter? You're muted, Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, if I may, and you can see the passion that's come in associated with it. Very difficult decisions. I know there's a desire to achieve unanimous votes in these circumstances, but there are times when you just can't go that direction. I've stated my observation of the guidelines and where I find map F does not meet all of our guidelines, where I find map D1 does. And so respectfully, it looks like there's a quorum moving towards F. Respectfully, just noting these are, I'll maintain my position, but I understand the desired intent and the considerations of others. It's hard. So
it is. It's truly hard. It's very hard decision, Supervisor Ryan, and thank you for recognizing that. Any other comments, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, their passionate comments about Havasupai, I totally agree. Not all tribes are the same, but just considering Navajo Nation has ties to the Grand Canyon as well. And also right now, the district District 5, if you're driving on the north rim, if you're driving and south rim, and you're driving on the rim side, you're in District 5. And all of the Grand Canyon from the actual Grand Canyon is in District 5. So when you think about just how the canyon now and the precinct 59 has been changed. And so that's where the district, the South Rim has now fallen into the Grand Canyon. So I just want to acknowledge that. And, you know, map F, it is Native American, that has the highest Native American increase. I totally support that. But like Supervisor Ryan says, it does not have the competitiveness that is there. It's not there. District 5 is a rural community. It is the largest, one of the largest districts in the country. And so it is, when I look at the map and it's going into Flagstaff, that is a community that is not really, there's no community of interest with the current District 5 map with the Timberline and the Fernwood. I believe it's Fernwood. I see, I don't even know the communities very well there, but if that's the case, then, you know, District 5 will be able to absorb the community. So I'm concerned about the competitiveness. I'm very concerned about that. In district, in map F, it is very high for Republican district in District 3, and the competitiveness is not there. So when I look at district, just because of that, because I think it's important in our county, and we brought that up in the Arizona redistricting as well. And I believe that the district, if we're going in a direction that we're going in where the South Rim precinct 59 is not within District 5, which it seems like all of the supervisors have made that comment, then I would say that I would support District D1 rather than the D2.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any concluding remarks, or is someone ready to make a motion? And I'm going to request that a motion be made in conjunction with the resolution, because I think it more clearly sets forth the parameters for our decision. And this is an important decision that's going to last for the next 10 years. There is a draft resolution. Obviously, we can make any changes to that draft resolution. I would point out that it does require us on the last whereas and the now therefore to have the moving party include the scenario and the map of creating the new supervisory districts. Is there a motion to be made by by a member of the board? Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, I just want to say I really appreciate the discussion and the thought that was put in and all the different comments. And this is a difficult decision, and it is something that has long-lasting consequences and will dictate several different factors moving forward over the next 10 years. I appreciate some of the arguments for D1, but in my personal case, I still feel that F is the more appropriate map. And so I would like to put in a motion to approve F as the map for the resolution. I'm not finding the language for the resolution to actually
it's in our packet, Vice Chair Vasquez. It's in the packet, and it's right in the middle. It's right after the.
I think it's like page 16 or something like that. I thought I
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
that
it is
earlier.
Is it 16?
Yeah. Did I mess up?
I overshot it.
15.
Okay. So it's just the beginning one of the.
We have a draft resolution. If you would like to, I would request that you use the resolution as part of the motion. However, if you'll note, it's just a draft to make any changes, but we definitely need to fill in on page 2 in the last whereas, and
Okay, I
also
see.
in the now therefore your map.
So you want me to read the whole resolution as part of the motion?
Under the circumstances and what we are doing here and the importance of this, I would request you do that.
Okay, then I motion that we approve resolution number 2022-16, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County, Arizona, establishing the supervisory district boundaries in Coconino County. Whereas every 10 years, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors is responsible for creating supervisory district boundaries pursuant to guidelines established by state ARS 11-212 and federal law Voting Rights Act, Section 2. And whereas U.S. Census Bureau data is used by counties to create supervisory districts boundaries, and that data was released in September 2021 with the 2020 population count of 145,101 people. And whereas with 5 supervisor districts in Coconino County, the target population count for each supervisory district is 29,020 with an allowed 5% deviation, the range of 30,471 plus and 27,569 minus for each supervisory district boundaries proposed. And whereas the Coconino Community College District utilizes the same supervisory district boundaries adopted by the County Board of Supervisors. And whereas the County Board of Supervisors adopted the guidelines for redistricting as follows. Draw districts of equal population based on census data to ensure one person, one vote. A deviation from that standard by 5% is permitted, but less deviation is better. Number 2, do not dilute the voting strength of racial and language minority groups. Preserve the ability of the majority minority districts to elect representatives of their choice. When considering the ability of districts to elect minority representatives, the voting age population should be considered rather than just census population numbers. 3, preserve communities of interest. 4, districts must be compact and contiguous. Use census block boundaries as district boundaries and do not split voting precincts. 5, maintain traditional geographic and political boundaries. 6, do not create a substantial long-term negative effect on a specific political party. Political parties should have a fair chance to influence the political process. 7, the new plan on existing districts to the extent possible. 8, when drawing district boundaries, take into account current incumbents. And whereas a Coconino County Board of Supervisors meeting held on March 8th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors concluded that they would have 5 mapping scenarios: Scenario C, Scenario D1, Scenario D2, Scenario E, and Scenario F that they would consider and would seek public comment regarding at various public outreach meetings. And whereas the Coconino Board of Supervisors held virtual public outreach meetings on March 12th, March 17th, March 23rd, and March 29th, 2022, seeking input from the public, and also provided all redistricting information and mapping scenarios on the county website with a public comment deadline of April 12th, 2022. Whereas after full review of the maps, comments, and criteria of the board finds that map Scenario F meets the statutory, constitutional, and board guidelines. Now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby approve and adopt the attached map scenario F as the new Coconino County's supervisory district boundaries map. So I guess that would be the motion.
Thank you so much, and thank you for reading that.
Oh, that was a
Vice
long one.
Chair. Good job. We have a motion and a resolution before us. Do we have a second? Supervisor Begay.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against the motion, please signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Aye.
We have 2 nays. We have 3 approvals, and it passes 3-2. Members of the public, the governing board, the Board of Supervisors has in fact adopted map F and scenario F as the new boundaries for the new supervisory districts. As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, County Manager, these will go into effect at the next election. So they will remain the supervisory maps for the existing supervisors until that new election.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, on that note, that has not been historic, and I know that's an interpretation. There's inconsistency throughout the state. A lot of counties are declaring once the districts are established, then it begins to be effective, whereas we have a different interpretation. It's an area that I think that we want to have future discussions associated with that and potential
I'm sure the law is
review.
if that's not right, the law is going to tell us it's not right. So at this point, we have our new supervisory districts. I guess we'll determine when they go into effect. We've had some legal review, but as we know, with certain legal review, it's always subject to change. So,
Madam Chair, compliments back to staff on all the work and putting up with us. Sometimes it's hard navigating those waters, so to speak. I'm stealing Lena's thunder, using the river analogy there. But point of note, and a piece that we missed on item 2, I would ask that we go back to item 2. It's associated with the appointments to our NACO appointments. And my understanding is Supervisor Fowler was interested in considering one of the seats, not the WIR, but the other seat. So, I would suggest that we go back to item 2, or I'll make that motion just for the sake of the record.
So, and I believe that what we are doing is that we did have a special session this morning. And we did have, as part of that, is discussion and actions regarding state and federal legislative priorities, where we did in fact talk about, right?
So because it was special session, we can't go back to that.
Well, was going to be the question that I asked. On the other hand, what I think that the comment that you made is that Supervisor Lena Fowler will in fact throw her hat in the ring for being the CSA representative to NACO. If we, County Manager, I'm not sure we can recall that because it was part of the special. County Manager?
I'm sorry, I was responding to council. Please ask the question again. I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Okay, no, that's all right. So, and by the way, I've got some, unstable internet. Speaking of bad internet, so if I'm turning off my video right now, but the question is that we this morning had a special session, this afternoon had a special session. We'd like to recall item 2 on that special session and give an opportunity for Supervisor Fowler to indicate her desire throw her hat in the ring for being the CSA representative for NACO. And my question to you is, can we do that?
I don't, well, I don't know, to be quite honest. From a strict parliamentary procedure, you know, reconvening the special session, is that something we can do, Lena? I mean, excuse me, Lindsay, so we can just reconvene the special session. The other option is that we're going to be in session on Friday. On, you know, on other items, we have time to post this item for follow-up discussion on Friday, and I think we would still be able to meet the CSA deadlines by which this information needs to be provided to them.
That's an excellent recommendation, is let's do it on Friday, because this is a special session. We do not have this listed as part of our regular session. So Supervisor Fowler will make sure that we have that opportunity on Friday.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for your willingness to do that. So members of the board, we have had a long day, a long night, and our staff has had an even longer day. And so let's not make it a longer night for them. And with that, thank you all, colleagues. You are, you know, wonderful. And thank you for your consideration and your care and concern for Coconino County. And thank you, staff, for all that you do. With that, have a great night, and we're going to adjourn and call this meeting at an end. So thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Farewell.
Good
Where's
night.
my leaf? There's the leaf. I found it.